right, good morning. It is about 8:30 on September 28th. This is the Olympia, or I'm sorry, this is the Yelm Municipal Court. I'm Judge Pro Tem Chris Coker. Ready to call the calendar? Mr. Prosecutor, or do we call the calendar?
Your Honor, you
I can call it? Okay, so let's find out who we have. Who do we have here? Mr. Dart, come on forward. All right, go ahead and see Mr. Dart, you're here, cause number XC 05402258. This is a review hearing for compliance. It looks like a DUI charge. So this is a DUI charge from 2020. Got a, looks like it's a compliance issue. We've got a, discharge notice from Chehalis New Directions. You were discharged for failing to comply, and there is a note that says client reports he is not required by courts to participate in treatment. Is that your understanding? Okay, and how do you come to that understanding?
So I had a deferred prosecution out of Thurston County,
Yeah,
and we pulled the deferred prosecution. I have to do 145 days of house arrest starting Monday. And they told me I don't have to go to treatment.
okay, but that's Thurston County.
Okay, so how, I don't understand. When I pled guilty, there was nothing said that I had to follow treatment plans or anything like that.
Okay, you're talking about here or
Yes.
Thurston County?
No, here.
So you would have been given a judgment and sentence at that time. And you would have been given, I mean, it's
Because I got them really close together, so I had to plead guilty here, so I could use my deferred and.
so I'm looking at your, hold on one second. So, Mr. Dart, I'm looking at your judgment and sentence. Okay, this is for the DUI. Sorry, this is your release conditions, any conditions previously set. Let's see. Again, this isn't the first time you've been in here for this, right? Okay, so on October 29th, you were sentenced to a DUI no test. And at that time, a DWS second hit and run were dismissed. At that time, you were sentenced to 364 days in jail with 363 days suspended. You were given the standard fines of just under $1,000. And you were ordered to commit no law violations, not to drive without a valid license and liability insurance, not to drive with a BAC above 0.00, not to operate in a vehicle after consuming alcohol, and you were to get an alcohol drug referral and do any treatment that's required, and you were to do that by January 29th of 2021.
Okay.
So the order of this court on October 29th of 2020 was for you to get an alcohol evaluation and do whatever treatment was required.
Okay.
So if you are under the belief you do not have to do treatment, that is a mistaken belief. So I don't know what's going on in Thurston County, but you need to complete the treatment that you were ordered to do, that you got the evaluation for, and that you were ordered to do out of this court.
Okay.
Because you have 363 days hanging over your head. And so if you, I mean, it is an option. If you choose not to do treatment, I mean, the court could sentence you to 363 days in jail.
Okay, so, okay, I was not under that understanding that I had to follow through with the treatment for this court. I was not under that. So
Okay.
I'll just get back into the treatment.
Yeah, and just do that. I'll give you 30 days to do that. And you've got to be probably fairly close to getting through with it
They'll
anyway.
restart every time you.
They restart you when you get a new violation?
Every time you go back. Oh, we gotta restart.
Okay.
So,
Well, unfortunately, you have to finish the treatment that
Okay.
we're ordered to do.
okay,
That make sense?
yes, sir.
Okay, any questions about that? Okay, and in Thurston County, I don't know that case, but I'm gonna let you know, you might want to double check.
So with Thurston County, we pulled my deferred and I house arrest. All said and done, no more treatment, there's no probation. There's
You would have had to do some in custody time though, in the jail?
It's all 140 days PHM.
Okay. Okay. All righty. Well, any questions about it? You got to get back in treatment.
I'll go.
Okay. Does the city chime in on this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The city's recommendation would be what you
Okay.
concluded.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Dart, what we'll do is we're just going to put this back in the sort of monitoring phase. I'm going to give you 30 days to get back into treatment and then start getting the reports coming back to the court. And so long as you just do the treatment and don't get any, don't get any law violations that are a violation of this, then we shouldn't have to see you again. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk, and you're gonna hold on 2 seconds, and are you doing the order? Okay, so Madam Clerk is doing an order, I'm gonna sign it, and you'll go to the window to the left here and pick it up,
Thank you, sir.
okay? Okay. Gotcha, thank you. And don't need to reset anything unless he doesn't comply. All right, good luck. Yep, thank you. All right, who was here first? You were, okay. Are you here for court? You? Come on forward. What's your name? I couldn't hear that, sorry. Wells? All right, Ms. Wells. Here for a compliance review. Give me just a second. Number 7 on the docket, looks like this was a stipulated order of continuance, and what an SOC is, it's a contract. You agree to do certain things in exchange for the city agreeing not to do certain things. And looks like it was entered we're probably about the year mark. Looks like you're in compliance other than you owe $150.
Yeah.
Can you pay the $150? You can pay it today, we could probably close it out today and be done.
I can try to see if somebody can loan me the money, but I end up losing my job.
Okay,
So I don't have no money right now, but I could probably get somebody to give me some money.
okay. And the reason I say that, Ms. Wells, is this. So an SOC, a stipulated order of continuance, is a contract between you and the city. So I'm really not even a party to it. So long as you do A, B, and C, then the city usually agrees to dismiss, and I imagine there'd be probably a motion to dismiss in this case because it's a potentially dangerous dog case, but I don't know that. But in any event, the city has the right to pull the plug on this contract if you don't what's called strict compliance with it. So what I can do, absent an objection from the city, and it looks like she's in compliance otherwise, okay, is how much time do you think you would need if we reset this, say 30 days out, for you to come up with $150? Would that be enough time?
Yeah,
Okay, then if you bring in proof, if you can make a note, Donnie, to the clerk's notes, you pay that 150, if you're in compliance, and I think it was, let me double check. Was this a 1-year SOC and set to expire mid-October? Okay, what we'll do is we'll kick this out about 30 days and we'll note it up. If you pay the 150 to the court in that period of time, we'll make a note on the calendar that you don't need to come back and the matter will be dismissed.
okay,
If you don't pay the 150, I imagine it would be revoked.
okay,
Make sense?
yeah,
So you got 30 days to get this thing done.
I'll get it.
Okay, so we'll do an order to that effect. And then when we're done here, just go out to the left, you get a copy of the order, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think so. Is that right? Yeah, that's where you pay to. Oh, yep. And again, there'll be an order right out there in just a second. And Donnie, that's right. That's normal, what you guys would normally do in that situation. Okay. I just don't want to bury you with court case with hearings if, you guys do it differently, so. Okay, I signed it. Okay, give us just. Nina Sanchez, why don't you come forward, Ms. Sanchez? Go ahead and have a seat right there. Oh, I got to look back here. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, you are Nina Sanchez. All right, good morning, Ms. Sanchez. Cosmo 180685397. You're here for a review hearing on the charge of an assault case back from September of 2021. And let me figure out what do we got. So notes indicate there's no DV assessment, which that may have changed. But also you may have some new law violations. Okay, what are your new law violations? Okay, what's the status of that? Okay, all right, so here you have this assault is the no contact order issue that you're dealing with, does that stem from this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no contact order still in place?
For right
I don't know if you're positioning
now.
for it, but I think the protected party would be the one that would have to do that. Okay. So we have compliance issue related to this it looks like it's a guilty plea, so you're supposed to, oh no, it's a diversion. You're on a diversion as well. I have a letter dated September 27th, says states whom it may concern. Nina Sanchez was at Pierce County Alliance Center for Domestic Violence Assessment. They will provide us with a copy of the assessment results and recommendations will be sent to all appropriate parties. So, does the prosecutor chime in on SOC stuff?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I'm pleased that Ms. Sanchez is, seems to be taking her domestic violence assessment seriously. There are quite a new files.
Yeah. And it looks like she did a 10-day mental health inpatient. Another letter just indicating so the court, or so the prosecutor knows. And are you moving to Wisconsin?
Yeah, I'm actually too right.
Yeah, I mean, she entered this March 3rd of 2023. She has one new, well, it's because she entered the SOC on March 3rd of 2023, she has one new violation that I see that occurred after that, which was the protection order violation. She's pled guilty to that. That was here. What happened with that one? Yeah, for the one that was in Yelm.
I sent.
Ah, that's the April 13th.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. And you pled guilty to that
Yes,
because that was your third.
yes.
What's the city's thoughts on this one? She's in treatment. She's clearly violated conditions by getting no, violations of law. They're not assaultive behavior, but they're violations of court orders. So I guess it's up to the city at this point.
Yeah, Your Honor, the city's not gonna take any action at this time.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Sanchez, the city's not going to take any action. So what that means is this. The city could have revoked this, which then would have given you a guilty finding on this assault for, I assume domestic violence. Yeah, okay. But they're choosing not to do that, which gives you the opportunity to still get this off your record, but you have to complete the treatment that you're doing. You have to have no more law violations. Because I can't imagine, if you have another law violation, the city's gonna have no choice but to revoke it. Okay, does that make sense? Now, if you go to Wisconsin, I would imagine there's not anything here that's restricting you from doing that. You'd still have to keep the court up to speed on what your treatment is and all those sorts of things. But there's gonna be restrictions. There's the Interstate Commerce Pact that, not interstate commerce, interstate whatever pact for probation issues and DOC and things like that. But that's a separate issue that I don't think that would necessarily involve Yelm. So we're gonna note your non-compliance. City's gonna give you one more chance to kind of get through this efficiently and unscathed. If you do that, come back in probably around March of 2024-ish or whenever this is up, and hopefully things will be done and things will be dismissed. Okay? Stay out of trouble. All right, good luck. Does she need an order?
We're gonna
Alright.
do a new count.
All right, so I'm gonna call the remainder of the 8:15 calendar. First matter is City of Yelm versus Joseph Kokorek, sort of the K. File number 3A01077793. Motion dismissed, untried misdemeanor. Motion hearing. What is that? What is an untried misdemeanor?
Great question, Your Honor. I think the city would just ask that this be reset for another 2 weeks and notice be given to, Mr. Kosarek.
Okay.
Keep the warrant in place.
Okay. Reset a couple weeks, please, with notice. Next matter is City of Yelm versus Joshua Reardon. File number 8Z01657664, motion hearing, theft third, city motion to dismiss, untried miss. Same thing, is that?
Same thing, Your Honor.
Okay, reset a couple weeks?
Yes.
Okay, is there a warrant already in place? Okay. What is that? What is an untried miss? What does that mean? These requests to get warrants lifted? So maybe we can go back to this for a second.
I
So
think I might have figured, is it,
they're in prison. So
it hit me when the second one came up. Yeah.
why don't we recall the Kokorek matter? Again, this is cause number 3A01077793, charges theft third. And it's on for motion to dismiss. What it is, so the city receives a notice from Department of Corrections in reference to Mr. Kokorek. Mr. Kokorek is a current customer of the Department of Corrections, serving on a felony charge out of Clark County. Went in on July 21st of this year. His sentence length is 22 months. Release date tentative is September 22nd of 2024. So I think the idea here is that this would be, we would lose jurisdiction because they're not gonna ship it.
Correct, Your Honor.
So I think the city could dismiss without prejudice, and if there's any time sitting there. But I think the problem then you might be running into statute of limitations issues. So what's the city's decision?
City's moving to dismiss with prejudice.
Okay. All right. Do I need to do an order on that? Or do you want to do one or? Okay. I haven't seen these yet, so it's interesting. I think it's a good thing though, because it allows the cities to get rid of these cases without saying, hey, we have to do it. As opposed to, you're dumping everything.
Correct. As soon as Your Honor called the second matter, it hit me. Yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't seen them. I'm hoping they're gonna start coming in because we got a bunch of people, especially like in Centralia.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so on the Joseph Kokorek matter, based on the documentation received from Department of Corrections, we're gonna dismiss the charge of theft third, and hopefully when Mr. Kokorek gets out, he will be rehabilitated. All right. Okay, sign that order, and then we'll go back to the Joshua Reardon matter. That was number 8Z01657764. Again, similar motion, or similar situation. Is the city making a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. City moves to dismiss again with prejudice.
Granted. Okay. You're here for which matter? Okay, have a seat. Let me just Get caught up here for a second. All right, I signed the order on Reardon. And this is Mr. Mead. Pretrial MEDE, right? Okay, cause number, this is City of Yelm versus, versus Brighton Lee Mead. Mr. Mead's present, cause number 380370376. Attorney Ken Blanford present with or defendants present with counsel. Charge of DUI. What are we doing with Mr. Mead's case today?
Your Honor, this is an unusual situation. We were here about a month ago and we set it out a month. I've actually been out of the office for almost that entire time. So I can't confirm that I've received discovery. The city's going to check on that.
Okay.
We're going to ask to set this over approximately a month. I was going to suggest October 26th if available.
Any objection from the city?
No objection. from the
Okay, do
city.
we good on waivers and all kinds of good stuff?
And we, of course, would waive in order to facilitate that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mead, we're gonna reset this matter based on the comments of your counsel. Stay in touch with your attorney. We're gonna reset this to when? I think I heard October 26th. It's gonna be reset to October 26th. Don't wait to call your attorney until October 25th. So, we'll keep it moving.
Okay.
All prior conditions remain in effect. I'll sign an order and get you guys out of here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, Your Honor, I have a question.
Yeah.
I noticed that the judges in this courtroom cannot wear robes. Is that an intentional choice? or-
Well, that's a good question. So.
I hope I'm not being rude, but.
No, you're
it's
not.
Something I noticed and I'm fascinated by the concept.
So, Mr. Meyer or Judge Meyer is the regular judge here. I am just a pro tem, so I try to do it for consistency. That question was asked this morning, and I was given the option, but for purposes of consistency, because the regular judge is not, I didn't.
Okay. I've struggled with the concept of a robe and the pomp and circumstance of court, and does it increase it, does it not? I don't really know, and so I just noticed.
I think it does a little
Yeah.
bit. I think positioning is important, and I think what you're wearing is important, to some degree, but like I said, I'm just being consistent with the
Right.
regular judge. It's a good question, though. So, and that's the answer I've got.
Thank you. Your
All
Honor.
right.
I will pick up the order on the.
Right out there at the
Thank you.
window. All right, thank you. Good luck, Mr. Mead.
Thank you.
And I don't need to sign an order for that. Okay, great. Do we wanna, you folks waiting for lawyers? Okay, but you've got a private counsel? Okay, so we'll, okay, all right, well, let's go through the rest of the 815s. Next one would be City of Yelm versus Joseph Rogers. Cause number 4Z04333305, charges DUI, still has Mr. Dysart listed, but I assume Mr. Dysart's withdrawn. This is a charge of DUI, new DUI out of Lewis County, dated July 1 of 2020. I bet is Mr. Rogers may be in custody in Lewis County. Because it was a July. No, this is from 2014.
And the new violation is 2020.
What's the city want to do with this?
I am curious, city would like to issue a warrant, 2,500 cash or bond.
All right, 2,500 cash or bond based on Mr. Rogers' non-appearance. Okay, and then last on the 815 calendar is City of Yelm versus Zachary Saya. Cause number 280044191. It's on for compliance for the diversion agreements. Looks like he's at the end of the SOC and owes $125. Any proof of payment? Okay, no payment. What's the city's?
The city's not going to take any action right now.
Okay, you want to reset or just
Let's reset, 1-1.
month? Okay, if we reset with notice out about 30 days, please. All right, that concludes the 8:15 calendar. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, why don't we take that? Do I need to do anything or do you bring them in? Okay.
Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Crowe, how are you?
I am good, thank you.
Good. So you're here on the, and I think we're gonna bring Miss Franco in. You're here on the Crystal and City of Yelm versus Crystal and Franco.
That's correct.
3A021963.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Franco, I see you there. Can you hear me? You're muted, just so you know. You're muted.
I can hear you, sir. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Crowe, here for pretrial hearing, charges assault fourth degree. With the city, I see I've got an SOC in the queue. What are we doing today?
Well, that's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Ratfield and I have engaged in fairly substantial negotiations with regards to this case. We've agreed to enter into a stipulation, an order of continuance that would continue this matter for 12 months out. And under the assumption that Ms. Franco is in compliance with the other terms of the stipulation of continuance, that would result in a dismissal at the end of the continuance period.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. Mr. Crow's representation of the agreement accurately reflects the agreement. You might see that the SOC on Oakports is unsigned, and that's because we have a paper copy that's being circulated for signature. Asked Madam Clerk to print that as Mr. Crow, Ms. Franco's signature on it, just awaiting printing, and I can sign as well.
Okay. And then I'll still sign the one on Oakports. Madam Clerk, is that right? Okay. All right. So you are Crystal Franco?
Correct, sir.
All right. So Ms. Franco, your lawyer, I'm sure already went over some of this stuff with you, but I'm going to go over some things with you as well. So the request is well, it's not a request. It's you and the city are entering into a contract, which is known as a stipulated order of continuance. And per that contract, you're agreeing to do certain things in exchange for the city agreeing to do certain things. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And this is a gross misdemeanor, which means if you violate the conditions of this stipulated order of continuance, you could be sentenced at a later date to a maximum penalty of 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that?
I do, sir.
So, in terms of the stipulated order of continuance, you're going to agree to the following. You're going to appear at all scheduled court hearings. You're going to have no criminal law violations. You're going to obtain a domestic violence assessment within 90 days and file a copy of that evaluation and assessment with probation or the court. And you're going to enroll into any recommended treatment program within 90 days. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, sir.
You also find compliance throughout the course of the SOC. What is the term of the SOC?
12 months.
12 months? Okay. There we go. All right. SOC period for 12 months and then so if you do those things, Ms. Franco, at the end of the 12 months, this matter will be revisited. You'll be called into court or however we're going to deal with it. And if you've complied with everything and completed everything, then there also are some fines and costs. There's a $250 probation fee that a monitoring cost you're going to pay. And at the end of the 12 months, if you do those things, then the charge is dismissed. You understand that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if you don't, there is language that's contained in the SOC where you're waiving your right to a jury trial, you're waiving your right to a speedy trial, you're waiving your right to really confront witnesses, and you're probably stipulating to the sufficiency of the police reports as they relate to your guilt or innocence based on this charge. So while you're not pleading guilty today, you're giving up most of your rights that you otherwise would want to have prior to going to trial with this. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you feel like you understand the agreement? And you want me to sign it, I assume?
Correct, sir.
Okay, all right, Mr. Crowe, did I miss anything on that?
No, I think you covered it completely, Your Honor.
You, Mr. Prosecutor, anything?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Ms. Franco, I'll sign the order and good luck to you and get you through this as efficiently as we can.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. And then how do we get her the order? Okay, we'll mail you a copy of this order so you have it for your file, and Mr. Crowe will get you a copy as well.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, all right, that concludes that matter. Good luck to you, Ms. Franco. Okay. Still waiting on the folks in, and you said there was anybody else on Zoom? Is Eric Valley one of your attorney? Okay, why don't you come forward? And you would be Melissa Ulrich? All right, go ahead and have a seat. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. All right, Mr. Valley, are you present via Zoom?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, thank you. And how is the court?
It's good. So we have Miss Melissa Ulrich, City of Yelm versus Melissa Ulrich, cause number 3A0370403. On for pre-trial hearing this morning, charges DUI. As stated, Miss Ulrich is present in court. Mr. Valley is present via Zoom. What are we doing today with Miss Ulrich's case?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this with Ms. Ulrich, and I'm going to be forthright as I always am with the court and with Your Honor. I told Judge Meyer last time I would reach out to the prosecutor, and I failed to do that because the subtext to that is I don't have an offer. The underlying this is that Ms. Ulrich suffered a death of an immediate family member, and this, whatever occurred, which was likely driving under the influence, and that's just me talking, not she, was on that night. So I would like to work some kind of a favorable resolution. And I can't notice I'm not even representing that we are in active negotiations because I haven't succeeded in establishing that link. And it's nobody's fault. Well, it might be somebody else's fault, but I will take the hit because as I started, I said I would reach out. And the fact is, I don't know that I even have discovery, Your Honor. And I have reviewed my emails as well as, of course, my hard copy mail. So I do feel the burden's on me to reach out to the Yelm prosecutor, and I haven't done that yet. And I apologize. So I need to ask for another pretrial. And well, I was going to say a quick set over, but I think this court meets once a month.
A couple times a month, but usually this normal set over would be about 30 days.
And I know my client doesn't oppose. She and I have a good rapport, as well as understanding the circumstances. So that is our request. And if there's an excluded period or a speedy trial issue, certainly we're amenable to that as well.
Okay, does the city need any objection from the city?
No objection. from the
Okay.
city, Your Honor.
All right, no objection from the city. So do we need a waiver? Do we need a waiver? How are we doing, Speedy? All right, so Mr. Valley, prosecutors indicated to me that if we set over this just a month, we should be okay in terms of speedy. So we'll go ahead and reset this out a month with
And-
notice. And,
Thank you. And I would offer only, we're asking for it, so we're not going to be coming back trying to get a dismissal for violation of speedy. The case law wouldn't allow it in a million years, and it wouldn't be appropriate, and et cetera. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, appreciate that. Okay, so we'll reset it out. Ms. Ulrich, all prior conditions remain in effect. Stay in touch with Mr. Valley. And then there's going to be an order for you, which will have a new date, which will be out at the window there to the left.
Thank you.
Anything else on Ms. Ulrich's case? No, no? Okay. All right, Mr. Valley, thank you. Oh, wait, sorry, what date did we get? October 26th at 9 a.m.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Pleasure.
See you day. Ms. Ulrich, we'll get a copy of that out front. Can you read it? Okay. And I don't need to sign that, right? Okay. Yeah, I think we're waiting on Marcel Harris, Reason Young. Is Mr. Girl planning on coming here? Or is he gonna appear via Zoom? Do we know? Okay. Oh, on, okay. Okay. All right, is it Gargile?
Garjul, Your Honor, and good morning.
How do I pronounce your last name?
Garjul.
Garjul. Good morning, Mr. Garjul. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Yourself?
Good. We're here on cause number City of Yelm versus Reason Young, cause number 3A0370389 on for pretrial. It's a DUI. And then there's
Yes,
also
you're.
tracking contested speeding ticket. Is your client gonna appear? There's no client in the courtroom.
Yeah, he's appearing through counsel pursuant to 3.4 today, Your Honor.
What are we doing with Mr. Young's case today?
Yeah, Mr. Young, this is going to be a defense motion to continue. We would ask that the infraction track as well. I believe we're close to a resolution with the city. Don't want to speak for the city, but I do believe we're close. Mr. Young was planning on being there today, but he had an eye injury at work earlier this week. So asking to continue until October 26th. He did give me authority to waive speedy through that date, and I have executed that with a new commencement date of October 26th. So just asking to continue. Hopefully we can get this resolved at the next court hearing, and we would have had it resolved, but due to that injury, kind of pushed some things out.
All right, any objection from the city?
No objection from the city. Your Honor.
Okay, so we will do that. I've got a motion to continue resetting this matter to October 26th, both matters to October 26th at 9 a.m. New commencement date of October 26, 2023 with a expiration date of January 24, 2024. And I've signed that, and we'll reset this, and I think that concludes your matter.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good to see you. Thank you, counsel. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the week.
Yep, you too. Mr. Harris, thank you for being here this morning. This is City of Yelm versus Marcel Dwayne Harris Jr. Cause number 3A00988593. Mr. Harris is present. His attorney, there may have been some glitch in the system, so his attorney, Mr. Girl from Puget Law Group, was unable to attend, so we're just going to simply reset this matter out about 30 days. How's October? We'll reset it for October 26th. And then we'll get notice, you'll get notice at the window. And be in touch with Mr. Girl and have him get a hold of the prosecutor. Okay? All right. Thank you for coming in. Have a good rest of your day. now, that's the infraction. Dan, we're gonna take the Ronald Cruz, it's a mitigation hearing, just come on, have a seat, Mr. Cruz. Go ahead, you can have a seat. All right, yeah, Mr. Cruz, you are Ronald Cruz, is that correct? All right. Good morning. So it looks like you're here for, you had an infraction that was issued on July 30th for no motorcycle endorsement. My understanding, this is actually on for 2:30, but you're here early.
That is correct.
So that's fine. So we can take care of you. So on for mitigation. Is that correct?
Your Honor.
Okay. So the way a mitigation hearing works is you're admitting you did it. You want to explain the circumstances surrounding the infraction. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is. Your
All right, go ahead. Look, so the allegation is no motorcycle endorsement. I've got the police report from the officer. Go ahead. What would you like me to consider?
Your Honor, I mean, I guess part of the reason why that, the accident came into play was, there was an officer, a patrol officer that was coming on the oncoming lane,
Mm-hmm.
and it looked like from, because how the sun positioning was, I could see his face, really clear. I thought he was wanting me to pull over to the center lane because I thought I was getting pulled over.
Right?
I mean, I guess evidently too, if you read how the incident happened was, I did not hit the vehicle dead center. I hit it like on the corner of the left side of the vehicle. So I was making my way towards the center lane.
Mhm.
However, with me doing that, ended up making the vehicle in front of me. And the officer actually was coming on the oncoming lane, was not wanting to pull me over.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just setting myself up to prepare myself for,
Getting pulled over.
Right.
So have you gotten your endorsement?
I'm still working on that, Your Honor, because, I mean, I'm still going through the VA with a few things.
Uh-huh.
So until I'm done with my appointments with them, because it varies. And with me setting because I did go for my first endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
However, it was the day right before the state shut down because of COVID.
Right.
And when I was going through the testing with a lot of the unknowns,
Mm-hmm.
there was a lot of people in the class, and we did not have that 6 feet spacing implemented at the time.
Right.
This was again the day before of the whole state shutting down, actually the whole nation shutting down.
Okay.
So if I knew that we could have been rescheduled, I would have rescheduled for my endorsement. But what the instructor ended up making us all do was we just went ahead and took it. And I wasn't really focused on passing the test in a sense, because there was a lot of distractions. There was a lot of folks that were.
But you're gonna get your motorcycle.
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
I will be, yeah.
So what I can do, Mr. Santos, is this, or Mr. Cruz, sorry, middle name Santos, Mr. Cruz, I can do this. So currently the penalty is $395. I can knock it down to $150.
Okay.
Since it's your first, violation of this, and, that's what I'll do. I'll mitigate it down to $150.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do I need to do anything on that? Okay. So find it committed, knock it down to 150 and let you get squared away. Is it at the 2:30 calendar? Okay. Mr. Cruz, to your left, you go out there to the window, they'll have a copy for this and they'll set it up on how to pay the 150.
All right. Appreciate your honor.
Yep, have a good rest of your day. Okay. Mr. Ratfield, do you call the calendar or are we waiting for Mr. Haverko?
I think we'll wait for Mr. Havertz.
Okay.
I think he first help.
Warrant? Do we need, but we'll need Haverko for that. So first one we're gonna call is the City of Yelm versus Austin Barker, when Mr. Haverko is ready. Mr. Haverko, when you're ready, we have a warrant quash matter on for 9:45. He's on Zoom. So you ready? Yep. All right, are we back on? Okay, Mr. Austin Barker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. You are
Can you
Austin.
hear me?
I can. You're Austin Barker?
Yes, sir.
You're here, City of Yelm versus Austin Barker, cause number 1A055162. This is a warrant quash matter, charges hit and run unattended complicity. You failed to appear in arraignment on August 19th and September 12th. Why'd you miss court on those dates?
I believe whatever mail was sent for those was sent to a previous address when we lived in Washington.
Has your address been updated with the court?
But yes, it should have my Michigan address on there. Spring Hill Road.
Okay, all right, we've got it. All right. Mr. Haverko?
I guess an inquiry of whether or not he needs counsel, if he's gonna hire one, or if he wants a court-appointed lawyer, if so.
Have we found has probable cause been established?
So I
Okay,
don't think we've established probable cause.
we have not?
I don't think so.
Okay, and who typically does that here?
Well, typically, what he'll do is, first inquire as to the council issue,
Okay,
and then if he appoints me, then I
okay,
do the spiel,
all right.
if you will.
So, Mr. Barker, are you requesting court-appointed counsel?
I'm sorry, come again?
Are you requesting court-appointed counsel today, or do you plan on handling your own, hiring your own attorney?
I mean, I would like to do it myself. I don't exactly have any money for any counsel.
Okay, what kind of inquiry does Judge Meyer typically do on?
He doesn't really.
Okay, are you working right now?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll find you eligible for court-appointed counsel, so we'll go ahead and appoint Mr. Haverko at this time.
Pursuant to that, Your Honor, would stipulate the probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay, based on that, I will enter a plea of not guilty to the charge of hit and run unattended. Find probable cause for this hearing only. And now we're gonna discuss, I'm also gonna appoint Mr. Haverko moving forward, and now I'm gonna turn to the city in terms of release conditions. Mr. Ratfield.
Your Honor, city just, for normal conditions of release, law.
Okay, no. No. Okay, all right, Mr. Barker, you're gonna be released on your own recognizance on the following conditions. You're to appear at all scheduled court hearings. You're not to have any criminal law violations while this is pending. You're to keep your address updated with the court and DOL. You're to use your legal name and date of birth if contacted by police or asked for such by the court. And then we'll give you a new court date. You'll be given information on how to stay in touch with your public defender. I want you to get in touch with your public defender sooner than later, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give us just a second. Let me know when it's okay for me to get in. Okay. Next court date is going to be October 26th, 2023 at 10 a.m. And Mr. Haverko will be your counsel. And this will have information on how to get a hold of Mr. Haverko. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
We'll see you back here on the 26th of October.
Okay,
All for now. Good luck.
thank you. Bye.
Next case, let's see, going to the 10 o'clock judge, we call Crystal Carr.
Crystal Carr.
Yeah, matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on assault 4 charge. And just give me 1 second here. So the matter comes before the court on a pretrial hearing on assault charge. Parties reach an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, which he signed, the conditions of which are continue the case for 12 months on the condition she remain law abiding, no criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation court fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you are Crystal Carr. All right, Ms. Carr, so just touch on a couple things. So you're entering into a stipulated order of continuance, which is a contract between you and the city. You understand that as part of that contract, you're agreeing to do certain things. Those are pay a probation fee of $250. Period, all court hearings have no criminal law violations, and that's it. And if you do those things, pay the money and come back here in 12 months, if you do those things, the city will move to dismiss. Is that your understanding? Okay. And if you violate the conditions, then what happens is you're brought back and then the city makes a decision whether or not they want to revoke the conditions. And if it was revoked, you're waiving certain rights, the right to a jury trial, right to confront witnesses. And that if you ended up in a sentencing situation, the court could sentence you up to the maximum, which is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine. You understand all that? Okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing there.
Mr. Haverko?
Nothing else.
All right, Ms. Carr, I'm going to sign this order. And good luck to you, okay?
Yelm Municipal Court, before you leave, just go to the window. which will be super cool.
And Ms. Carr, you're going to get a copy of this. It'll be at the window to the left out there, if Mr. Haverko hasn't already told you. So good luck to you. Okay.
Next matter is going to be Chance Dixon, it's number 6 on my calendar.
Chance Dixon.
Oh, it's not helpful.
All right, you are Chance Dixon. All right, Mr. Dixon, you're here on cause number 3A0538030 and 3A0220390. What are we doing with Mr. Dixon today?
I am filling out a motion to continue on this case because he also on the 1 o'clock calendar has a new case that's on for arraignment. So
Okay.
I thought we would, do a motion for continuance in this case, then reset it
Okay,
concurrent along with the other. And so I'll do a. Sign here. I've now submitted the motion for a continuance into O courts.
okay.
So we can deal with that issue first and then maybe proceed with the arraignment on the 1 o'clock.
And when do we want to continue it to? October
Just
26th,
ordinary,
26th of October.
sure.
Okay.
So I'm assuming the court, since the court's already previously appointed me on this case, the court will appoint me on the arraignment.
All right, Mr. Dixon, cause number 3805383030. We're going to continue this matter to October 26th at 10 a.m. Mr. Haverco, remain your attorney on this. And then are we going to deal with his arraignment now or do?
Yeah, let's do, yeah, just deal with it now. He's here.
All right.
So, given that I assume I'll be appointed here in M, so I will just stipulate to probable cause on the arraignment matter, ask the court to enter not guilty plea on that case.
All right. This is cause number 3802203090, City of Yelm versus Chance Dixon, charges disorderly conduct. Mr. Haverco's point on this matter, will find probable cause for this hearing, only waive further reading. Enter a plea of not guilty. So I'll hear from the city in terms of conditions of release. I'm assuming Mr. Dixon was had conditions of release, including no law violations with the theft third we were just dealing with.
That's right, Your Honor. City will just ask for the same conditions, law-abiding behavior, appear at all hearings.
Mr. Haverco? Anything additional?
Nothing to add.
So, Mr. Dixon, the problem we're running into here is this. You have the theft third that we just talked about from July 11th. And now we're just out 2 months and you have another charge of disorderly conduct. So I want to make sure you understand the conditions of release here. Those conditions are you're not to commit any criminal law violations. Do you understand that? So I'm going to tell you what, if you commit another criminal law violation while these are pending, if I'm the judge sitting here, I will have no choice but to hold you while we deal with these things. You understand that? And we really don't want to do that, but you're not going to give us a choice. Okay? All right. So I will sign the pretrial release conditions here. So the new matter, cause number 3802203090, disorderly conduct will be reset as well, or be set for pretrial August 26th at 10 a.m. Conditions, Mr. Haverco was appointed. The conditions we talked about, no criminal law violations. Make all your court hearings, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Don't call him on the 25th and say, what are we doing tomorrow? Call him before then. And we'll get these cases moving forward, okay? Okay, we'll give you a copy of this. You'll get a copy at the window out there. We'll see you back here on the 26th.
Next matter is two matters are going to be James Farmer.
Mr. Farmer, will you remove your hood, please? Thank you. All right, what are we doing with Mr. Farmer today?
We are, and I have to have him sign it, but what we're doing is he's got a couple of matters before the court for pretrial hearings. One case is a hit and run attended charge. The other charge from the same incident is the obstructing law enforcement officer. He's going to be entering a plea to the amended charge of hit and run unattended, and then as part of the agreement, city would then move to dismiss the obstructing charge.
Okay.
I'll have him sign the document here.
One second.
He has signed the form, Judge.
All right, you are James Douglas Farmer III. All right, Mr. Farmer. So I've been handed forward a statement of defend on plea of guilty. How far did you go through in school? Okay, get your GED or anything? Okay. So cause number 38046567, charged with hit and run unattended originally. The city's making a motion to amend to unattended.
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, I'll grant that motion. And my understanding is your intent is to plead guilty to that charge. Is that correct? Okay. So elements are set forth in the elements are a little different in the sense that it's unattended means there's no one it was property that was unattended by individuals. So paragraph 5 of this document contains a number of constitutional rights. You understand by pleading guilty, you're giving up those rights. Okay? And this is what's called a misdemeanor, which means the maximum penalty is 90 days in jail with a $1,000 fine. I could sentence you up to the maximum of that regardless of what the recommendation is. And period of probation would be 12 months. And there's a recommendation in here that I don't necessarily have to follow. You understand that? All right. So paragraph 11 of this document is going to state what you did. And it says, on or about August 5th, 2023, in the city of Yelm, I was driving a motor vehicle, struck property, causing damage, and failed to leave and provide my name, license, contact, and insurance. Is that your statement? So as to the charge of hit and run unattended to alleged to have occurred in the city of Yelm on August 5th of 2023, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? Okay. Find your plea is made knowingly and voluntarily. No one's made any threats or promises of any kind to cause you to enter the plea. And based on that acceptance of that guilty plea, the city moving to dismiss the count of obstructing law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor, city makes that motion.
Okay, granted. I'll dismiss the obstructing charge and I'll hear from the city as to sentence.
Your Honor, we just ask that you follow the recommendation as stated in the guilty plea.
Okay, Mr. Haverko.
Yeah, just ask the court to follow the recommendation, all suspended jail time, 90 with 90 suspended, 12 months on the condition, no criminal law violations, $250 court fee.
Okay, and Mr. Farmer, anything you'd like me to consider before sentencing? Okay. Madam Clerk, it's telling me there's an error. It won't let me sign. What am I missing? Jurisdiction, maybe? $90. Let me. Let me check. Oh, yeah,
This
sorry.
one,
Yep, there you go. Okay. Yep, thank you. And Mr. Farmer, did Mr. Haverko read this statement of intent on plea of guilty to you, or did you read it yourself, or kind of a combination? Okay. All right, I'm going to follow the recommendation. Sign the guilty plea. I'll sign the judgment and sentence. On the plea to the amended charge of hit and run unattended vehicle under 4652-010.1, going to impose 90 days in jail, going to suspend all 90 days, going to impose $1,000 fine, suspending $1,000. That those matters will be suspended for a period of 12 months on the following conditions. And the obstructing law enforcement is being dismissed with prejudice, or without prejudice, I'm sorry. Law-abiding behavior, pay a probation monitoring fee of $250. Make all court hearings if you're given notice to be here. But most importantly, stay out of trouble. Does that make sense? Okay. Sign the order. And when we're done here, you can go to that window out there and they'll get you a copy of this and they'll figure out a way to set up the $250 payment. All right? Good luck to you, Mr. Farmer. You too. All right.
So this is Veronica Melik Songer, number 11 on the 10 o'clock.
Okay,
Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, conditions of which are to continue the matter for 12 months. On the conditions, you have no new criminal law violations, pay a $250, what we call a probation fee, it's just a court fee. And at the end of which time then the city would move to dismiss.
all right. You are Veronica May Melick Songer, is that correct? All right, Ms. Songer, I've been handed for a stipulated order of continuance. Mr. Haverko went over this with you. I'm just going to touch on some high points of this. So this is a contract where you're agreeing to do certain things. You understand that? And as part of this agreement, you're agreeing to maintain law-abiding behavior, pay a $250 probation fee, and basically stay out of trouble. And this is this she being precluded? I mean, there's probably already a
There's
trespass.
there's no stay away conditions in the.
Okay. And if you do those things, if you stay out of trouble for a year, pay that cost, the charges will be dismissed. Now, if you don't, if you do violate the conditions or you don't pay or you do whatever else, then what happens is you can be brought back in here. The maximum penalty on this charge is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine. And if the city moves to revoke the agreement, because this is an agreement between you and the city moves to revoke this, then your guilt or innocence would be basically determined by me or some other judge reading the police reports and determine your guilt or innocence. You understand that? Okay. Still want to move forward with this? All right. So I will sign this order. Ms. Melick Songer, so this is an opportunity for you to get this off your record. Okay? All righty. Get a copy for you at the window and good luck to you. All right.
Suzanne? So this is Suzanne Mendoza, number 12 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter
Okay.
comes on for a pretrial hearing on assault fourth degree domestic violence charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. Conditions, continue the case for 12 months on the condition there's no new criminal law violations. Pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss if she complies.
Okay. You are Suzanne Bianca Mendoza.
Yes.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
So were you present when I went through a couple of these previously with some other folks? Were you present? You were in the courtroom when I went over this agreement? Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing with you. So the maximum, this is an allegation under 3805388051 of an assault fourth degree. Mr. Haverko, I'm gonna fill in the maximum jail, 364, $5,000 fine.
Yep.
Okay. And the agreement here, Ms. Mendoza, or the opportunity for you here is the city's proposing a 12-month stipulated order of continuance under the following conditions. You stay out of trouble, you pay a $250 probation fee, and that's it. If you do those things, you come back in a year and the city moves to dismiss. If you violate the conditions, you're giving up your right to a speedy trial, giving up your right to a jury trial, you're giving up your right to confront witnesses. And so it'd be a summary reading of the police reports, and your guilt or innocence would be determined based on those police reports. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, you still want to do this?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and sign the order. And we'll get you a copy of this at the window out there, and they'll talk with you about how to get set up with the $250 fine.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? All right. That concludes your matter. Good luck to you. All right. All done?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Next matter would be on the 10 o'clock, Thomas Jones, item number 10. Come on, Thomas. Matter comes on for a motion hearing. This is something we've been kind of resetting. We're eventually going to have a suppression motion on this. There's a witness in the case that I didn't hear back from. We have speedy trial, I think, through, approximately January 7th or 14th, somewhere in there. So we just asked to reset this 4 weeks.
Any objection from the city?
No objection.
All right. You are Thomas Paul Jones? All right, this is cause number 2A05500073, DWS third degree ignition and driving a vehicle without ignition interlock. We're just gonna reset this matter, to allow Mr. Haverco to file what he needs to file. What date are we looking at with Mr. Jones?
So at least 4 weeks out or 6, 4 to 6. Maybe 6. Sure.
November 9th.
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. Jones, this matter is going to be reset to November 9th, 2023 at 11 a.m.
Oh, just so go give you a paper copy.
Prior conditions remain in effect, and I'll get out of this so he can sign it.
Okay, gotcha. So, no, don't sign it.
And then that'll conclude your matter. As soon as you sign that notice of hearing.
We're just about there.
Yeah.
Just about there. Go ahead. Sign it. And there's your Celie. Come on up. Come on up. So this is on the 11 o'clock calendar, Judge. Good job. Well, you're here. That's good. Good job. Yeah.
Jesse Ray Lee.
Sir, sir.
All right, what do we do with Mr. Lee's case?
We could get both courts to work occasionally. All right. Yep. So this is Jesse Lee. Let me just refresh myself what we're doing. So on the charge of disorderly conduct, it's to be admitted to obstructing a law enforcement officer. Put in the RCW 98.76.010 sub 1. And then as part of the agreement, then the city would move to dismiss the unlawful display of a weapon count.
All right. All right, you are Jesse Ray Lee.
Sir, sir.
Okay, it's cause number 380538063. Gonna go over the proposed guilty plea with you here. How far do you go, how far do you go through in school?
Sir, I got my feet.
Okay.
I just got 2 jobs. Sir.
Good. 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 Okay. So on the disorder, so the cause number 380538063, the obstructing law and are we amending the disorderly
Yeah.
to obstructing?
Yeah.
Okay. So the original charge of disorderly conduct is going to be amended, I believe, to obstructing a law enforcement officer under 9A76010 paren 1. Is the city moving?
Yes. city
Okay.
makes such motion. Thank you.
Grant that motion and we'll go through the plea form on this. So maximum penalty for obstructing law enforcement is 364 days in jail with $5,000 fine. Mr. Lee, you understand there's a recommendation for a sentence in here that I don't have to follow. I can sentence you up to the maximum. Okay. All right, and paragraph 11 or paragraph 5 contains a number of constitutional rights that if your plea is accepted, you're giving those rights up. Okay. Paragraph 11 states, on or about August 25th, 2023, in the city of Yelm, I willfully refuse to obey a police officer's directions pursuant to a criminal investigation, otherwise known as a Terry stop, which had the effect of delaying and hindering the police officer's lawful investigation. Is that your statement? Okay. So as to the charge of obstructing a law enforcement officer alleged to have occurred in the city of Yelm on August 25th, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Okay, find your plea is made knowingly and voluntarily, no one's threatened harm of any kind to cause you to enter the plea. No person's made any promises of any kind other than set forth in the statement. We doing sentencing today?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hear from the city first.
Your Honor, the city just requests that, Your Honor follows the recommendations as made in the plea.
Okay. And sorry, Mr. Lee, one thing, did Mr. Haverko read this to you or did you read it yourself? Perfect. I get that. Yeah, I get that. Perfect. Okay, so he read it to you. Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Haverko, anything additional?
Nothing to add, just ask the court to follow the recommendation, all suspended time, just no new criminal law violations for 12 months and $250 court fee that allow him to pay $25 a month if he wants to pay it on time.
Okay, and the payment amount, do I need to put that on the order or can that, is that just done, or do you put that on the order? Okay, great, thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, before sentencing, anything you'd like me to consider? Where'd you come here from?
I from Texas, up to Seattle.
Yep. Good. Yeah.
Just trying to see.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to go black. Or printing it.
Yeah,
Just trying to get my things together.
yeah, good. Okay.
Seriously.
All right, I'll follow the recommendation, finding of guilty to the charge of amended charge of obstructing law enforcement and post 364 days in jail. We're going to suspend all 364. Those $5,000 fines, suspend all $5,000. Jurisdiction will be 12 months following conditions. And the displaying the weapon charge is dismissed. Following conditions, probation monitoring fee of $250, maintain law abiding behavior, no criminal law violations, and make all your court hearings. Sound good?
So I got more for you.
No, if you get one, you have to make sure you show up.
Okay, all right. So I'm not on probation.
Well, you're on bench probation, but the probation is basically so long as no red flag pops out of your file,
Okay,
you don't have to come back.
all right.
Was that a good explanation, Mr. Haverko? Was that a fair explanation? Was that a fair explanation of no red flags popping up?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I tell everybody that with rare exceptions, usually the court imposes what we call bench probation, which is just, you
Yep.
don't have to affirmatively do anything. You don't have to report. Basically, the court just periodically checks your record behind your back to see if you've been committing new crimes.
That's correct. Okay. Mr. Lee, I've signed the order or the judgment sentence, and the copy will be at the window for you to pick up. Good luck to you. Yeah, you too.
Take care, sir.
I think you're okay. You're on the 10 o'clock. And Mr.
Yeah, I
Haverko
just
is
have,
your
I
lawyer.
just need to.
Give him just a second.
Just need to talk with her.
Okay, yeah, just sit tight. Okay. Thank you for letting us know you're here.
So I still need to speak with a Ryan Bonnickson and an Alicia Christensen. What have you thought about Mr. Cassavant? Speeding too fast for conditions. I don't know the RC ready.
Okay. It is Mr. Haverko. Do we want to take a break to give you some time to chat with these folks?
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll take it, we'll go on recess.
Do you want to
for
do that now?
proceed. Back on.
All right, thank you, Judge. So if we could go back to the 10 o'clock calendar, Ryan Bonnickson.
All right, good morning, Mr. Bonnickson. Good morning. All right, what are we doing with Mr. Bonnickson this morning?
So, parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. Agreement is to remain law abiding, no criminal law violations for 12 months, pay a $250 unsupervised probation fee. Payments can be made, $25 a month. At the end of the 12 months, the city would then move to dismiss.
Okay, you are Ryan Bonnickson. All right, Mr. Bonnickson, this is cause number 380538058. I've been presented with a stipulated order of continuance, which from Mr. Haverko went over with you as a contract. And you understand this charge with which you're charged which is the disorderly conduct, is a misdemeanor, which means the maximum penalty is 90 days in jail with $1,000 fine. But you are, and the city are agreeing that you do certain things in exchange for the city doing certain things. Those things that you're to do are to pay $250 probation costs, maintain law-abiding behavior, and make all your court hearings. If you do that, at the end of 12 months, the city would move to dismiss the charges. You understand that? Okay, and you're giving up your rights to speedy trial. You're giving up your right to have a jury trial. You're giving up a lot of your constitutional rights. You understand that? All right. Okay, if you want me to sign this order? All right, I'll sign the order and we'll get a copy of it out at the window. Hopefully see you back here in a year and we'll get it dismissed. All right, good luck to you.
Next matter, Alicia Christensen.
Good morning, Ms. Christensen.
Good thing in this case, Your Honor, matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement that being a stipulated order of continuance, continue the matter for 12 months on the condition no new criminal law violations. Pay a $250 unsupervised court probation fee. At the end of which time, then the city would move to dismiss the case.
All right, and you are Alicia Christensen. All right, Ms. Christensen. So same thing as previously. This is a stipulated order of continuance, which is a contract. You're agreeing to do certain things and not do certain things in exchange for the city's agreement to dismiss it at the end of 12 months if you comply. Do you understand that? Now, is there any provisions related to
No, Your Honor.
stayaways? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
That's between her and.
Safeway.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. So, Ms. Christensen, I mean, obviously, the main thing is you maintain law-abiding behavior and you're going to pay $250 over the course of the year. If you do those things, at the end of 12 months, the city would move to dismiss. Understand? And if you don't, you're brought back in and your guilt or innocence is determined by myself or whatever judge is sitting here reading the police reports. Okay? All right, I'll sign this order and
Thanks, Judge.
we will get a copy for you at the window out there, and good luck to you. Okay.
Good luck. All right. We could take up Mr. Cassavant. Matters on for review and essentially started out as a reckless driving case, and we by agreement amended it to negligent driving second degree. Unfortunately, that apparently affects his CDL, commercial driver's license. But then he also just advised me he really can't have a new law violation until after, was it December or something?
It's like January.
So I don't know if there's a way to do this, but the city's was willing to further amend this to RCW 4661400 speeding too fast for conditions. But he also says that's gonna,
Yeah, I can't have any moving violations. Because right now I have 8 speeding tickets, and if I get one. So 2 years to start.
I don't know if the city, if there's some way to somehow reset this into January and take care of it then.
Okay.
So reset this into January?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Cassavant, I mean, I guess the issue I have here is, you know, you've got to, I assume you drive for a living?
Yeah.
So you drive for a living and you're getting these tickets and then you happen to be in Yelm, which is a pretty reasonable jurisdiction that's giving you this break. But if you continue to drive like this, you're gonna lose your job.
Yeah.
Just like if I wanted to drink and drive, or if I wanted to go get in bar fights, I can't do that because of what I do. So I'll grant city, this is an agreement between the city and your council, and your council's doing an amazing job for you, but, you know, going from a wreck, you know, I don't know the circumstances of it, but, you know, you're not doing yourself any favors. And I would imagine this is gonna be the last time you're gonna get this kind of break here. So, okay, so we'll continue this. We don't need a waiver because we need a waiver of speedy infraction. So if, do you want to, you comfortable waiving on the record or?
Yeah, just waive it on the record.
Okay, just make a note, traffic waiving, speedy infraction.
Yeah.
And, but I'm assuming that the city, if there's anything that comes of this, if you get any more moving violations between now and January, when they're giving you this break, they're gonna hammer. Okay? All right. Okay, so we'll reset it into January and, hopefully Mr. is it Cassavant? Yes, Cassavant. I hope Mr. Cassavant successfully takes advantage of this break he's getting, so.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good, hey, it's in your hands, you know, and it's not me, it's the city, so. And your lawyer, so. Do we need to do an order? Do I need to?
Can we?
Can we send notice?
Can we send notice later? Yeah, go see the clerk before you go. Yeah. Okay. Amanda Eustace?
Good morning, actually, good afternoon, Miss Eustace. All right, what are we doing with Miss
Go ahead and
Eustace's
sign it.
case?
Do your best. It's working. That's good. So, matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement. Defendant is going to enter a straight plea to the amended charge of criminal trespass in the second degree. 90 days in jail, all 90 days suspended on the condition for 12 months, on the condition she have no new criminal law violations, and pay a $250 unsupervised court probation fee. And she'd like to make time payments, $25 a month.
Okay, you are Amanda Ann Eustace?
Anne Marie Eustace,
Oh,
they never put the morning in, it's actually one more thing.
okay, so Amanda Ann Marie Eustace. All right, Miss Eustace, been handed forward a statement of defend on plea of guilty. What grade did you go through in school?
I graduated.
Okay. original charge is theft third degree. The city is making a motion to amend the criminal trespass second degree. Okay, we'll grant the motion. And on that, it's my understanding, Ms. Eustace, your intent is to plead guilty to that charge. Is that correct? Okay. You understand that this is a misdemeanor, which means the maximum penalty is 90 days in jail with 90 and $1,000 fine. That's the maximum that I could sentence you to, all or a portion of that, regardless of the recommendation. Do you understand that? And you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up your constitutional rights that are contained in paragraph 5 of this agreement, of this plea. And did Mr. Haverco read this to you, or did you read it to yourself, or both? Okay. Feel like you had enough time for him to answer all your questions? Okay. So paragraph 11 says, on or about August 2nd, 2023, in the city of Yelm, I knowingly and unlawfully entered the Walmart store after having been previously trespassed. Is that your statement? Okay. So as to the charge of criminal trespass in the second degree, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Okay, I'll find your pleas made knowingly and voluntarily. No one has made any threats or promises of any kind to cause you to enter the plea. And we'll go from there. Sign this order. I assume we're sentencing today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have her sign the Jane, that's right now.
Okay.
Sorry. Don't- okay.
All right, anything from the city prior to sentencing?
No, you're.
Nothing to
Mr.
add, Your Honor.
Haverco? Nothing?
Nothing to add.
Ms. Eustace, anything you'd like to say before sentencing? How much time, did you get arrested on this? Did they take you to jail?
Yeah,
How many days in jail did you do on it? Okay. So I'm going to follow the recommendation. I'm going to impose 90 days in jail. I'm going to suspend all 90. So you still have 90 hanging over your head. I don't know if you did the time on another charge or not. Impose $1,000 fine, suspend all $1,000 for a period of bench probation of 12 months. You're going to be under the following conditions: probation monitoring fee of $250. You're not to commit any criminal law or criminal traffic violations. I'm also going to put on this order that you're not to have any contact with Walmart. You've already been trespassed. I saw a lifetime trespass in the file. So this order is also going to specifically exclude you from there. Do you understand that?
Yep.
So if you go back there, you're going to be arrested again, and it'll also be a violation of this order. And absent a request for restitution, I'm going to assume there is none.
There is none.
Okay. All right, Ms. Eustace, I wish you the best of luck. I've signed this order. There'll be a copy for you at the window to pick up. All right? All right, good luck to you.
thanks.
On the 11 o'clock, Kelvin Brobst.
Afternoon, Mr. Brobst.
Good, Your Honor. How are you doing?
Good, how are you? All right, we've got cause number 380538064, reckless driving, and then tracking infraction 380538065, no insurance, and failure to renew expired tabs greater than 2 months.
So, right, so yeah, the reckless driving comes on for the court for a pretrial hearing. Parties have reached an agreement, that being, the case is first going to be amended to reckless endangerment, which is not a driving offense. And then that matter is going to be placed on a 1-year stipulated order of continuance. Matter then continued for 12 months on the condition that he pay a $250 probation fee. No criminal law violations, at the end of which time that criminal matter of reckless endangerment will then be amended to negligent driving in the second degree.
All right, and you are Kelvin James Brobst?
Yes.
All right, and city making a motion to amend the reckless driving to reckless endangerment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, accepted. So Mr. Brobst, I've been handed forward a stipulated order of continuance. It's for a period of 12 months. And the charge that's going to be subject to the stipulated order of continuance is a reckless endangerment charge under RCW 983605. I believe. You're gonna comply with the following conditions. You're gonna pay a probation fee of $250. You're gonna maintain law-abiding behavior, appear timely at all court hearings. If you do those things, at the end of this 12 months, the city would amend the charge of reckless endangerment to an infraction of neg driving second degree. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand that if you don't comply, then what'll happen is you're waiving your right to a jury trial, you're waiving your right to hear and question witnesses, you're really giving up most of your procedural and substantive rights. And basically you'd be brought back, either myself or some other judge will sit here, read the police reports and determine your guilt or innocence as it relates to a reckless endangerment based on the reading of the police reports. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I will sign the order.
For the proof of insurance or,
We're not there yet. Is that part of this or?
No.
it's not? I thought it was.
Okay, let me get through this here. So I'm going to sign this order as it relates to the reckless endangerment charge. Okay.
But
I've signed that.
See,
I'm ready.
oh, okay, yeah, so basically, we're just proposing $150 bail on the no insurance.
Okay, what about the failure to renew expired tab is greater than 2 months?
I think the city was gonna dismiss that.
City.
So, Mr. Bropes, looking at your record, you've got failure to yield, which was dismissed, maybe a deferral, speeding 23 over. So what am I looking at here? We've got the date of this. So this charge was August 25th of 2023. August 25th, 2023, you get charged with reckless driving. Enter into this SOC. On June 22nd of 2022, you were charged with reckless driving. And it looks like that was dismissed without prejudice. I don't know if that was in a similar type of agreement. And then January of 2022, you have a speeding 23 over the speed limit in a 40-mile-per-hour zone. And then do you have do you have felony case pending?
It's already.
What happened with it?
I kept a DUI and they gave me vehicular assault. Kind of, I had probation. Blow and go for a year. 2 months ago.
That was in June of 2022 when that event happened?
Yes.
And then you get charged with reckless driving about a year later here?
I only visit here, Your Honor. My parents live down here.
Well, the problem, Mr. Brooks, is this, is when you're coming here, you've got an assault, you said they got me a DUI and you have assault, you got assault, driving assault charge on this.
Vehicular assault.
Yeah. How much time did you do on that?
I did the 24 hours and then a full another 24 hours. They booked me in.
Okay. Do you have insurance now?
No, Your Honor, the guy I bought the vehicle from, I have a bill of sale from him. We've been in contact with the, Washington Driving License Department, or whatever. They're shipping the license out or the title out to us. They said it's gonna take 6 to 8 weeks. I cannot insure a vehicle that I do not own the title to, but I have the registration. So this is no excuse.
You drove him here today? How'd you get here today?
Her car, Your Honor.
Did you drive?
No, Your Honor, I parked the car since the ticket.
Well, what I'll do is, you've got the no insurance, I'll dismiss the fail to renew title. I'll reduce the no insurance from 559 down to 400.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Ropes, I'm gonna suggest you don't drive in this manner, and you don't drive until you get insurance,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right? Do I need to sign anything for that? Okay. Okay, committed on the no insurance, $400 fine, dismiss the fail to renew registration greater than 2 months. And I will sign that order. All right, Mr. Ropes, I hope you are learning from this.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Joseph Murray.
Joseph Murray. What are we doing with Mr. Murray today?
We are doing an SOC.
Okay. Doing good.
So the matter comes before the court on a pretrial hearing, malicious mischief. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition that he have no criminal law violations, pay a $250 unsupervised probation fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Okay. All right, Mr. Joseph Murray.
Sir.
Cause number 280385740. Mr. Murray, you're here. I've got a stipulated order of continuance that we've had several go through it, so you've kind of heard my spiel on this. You understand it's a contract. City's agreeing to do X, Y, and Z. You're agreeing to do A, B, and C. What you're agreeing to do is you're agreeing to stay out of trouble for a period of 12 months, pay a probation fee of $250. And if you do those things, at the end of this period of time, the city would move to dismiss.
And then kind of explaining to me it's 50, I pay.
Yeah. He's got to pay, you have to pay, you have to have it paid within the year. I mean, that's correct, right, Madam Clerk? Okay. So, yeah, you don't have to pay it like right now. You can pay it over time. So long as you do those things, it's very efficient, it's very easy. The city dismisses the charge. If you don't do those things, and by entering in this agreement, you're waiving your right to trial and speedy trial and hear witnesses and that sort of thing. So what would happen is you'd be brought back in, your guilt or innocence, if you violate, would be determined by a judge reading the police reports. You understand that? Okay. All right. So absent a indication that I want to pull out of this, I will sign this stipulated order of continuance.
Will affect.
You guys, are you good? Okay, I'll sign this stipulated order of continuance and direct you out to the window. Grab a copy of it.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Judge. Ms. Whiteman, Wiedemann? Correct? Who is this? This is Corinne, is it Wiedemann or White? Whiteman? Yeah. It's number 10 on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Weidman.
White.
All right, what are we doing with Miss Weidman's case?
I'm going to have her sign a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to the amended charge of It's DUI, but amended in that of no test. And I'll have her sign the things.
It's everything we already talked
Yep,
about.
yep. Yeah, so matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a driving under the influence charge. I've gone over a statement of plea of guilty with her. All of the mandatory minimums. This is a mandatory minimum case submitted to that of no test. So,
Okay.
and I placed those in the form.
All right. You are Corinne Weidman? All right.
Sir.
Ms. Weidman, how far do you go through in school?
Huh?
How far do you go through in school? Okay. All right, and charges DUI under 3A05380066. I have before me a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. You have a chance to go over this with Mr. Haverko? You read it to you, or do you read it to yourself, or kind of both? Okay, and answered all your questions? Okay, so, paragraph 5 in this document, contains your constitutional rights that you're giving up by pleading guilty. Do you understand that? And you understand that this is a gross misdemeanor, which means the maximum penalty is 364 days in jail with a $5,000 fine. There are mandatory minimums contained that the statute, that the legislature creates, but you understand I could technically sentence you up to the maximum if I wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to turn to paragraph 11. That states on or about August 25th, 2023 in the city of Yelm, I drove a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Is that your statement? So as to the charge of driving under the influence that alleged to have occurred on August 25th, 2023 in the city of Yelm, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Okay. Find your plea is made knowingly and voluntarily. No one's made any threats or harm or any other kind to cause you to make the plea, and no person has made any promises. So moving to sentencing today?
Yes.
Okay, I'll hear from the city first.
City just asked Your Honor to follow the recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Haverko.
The typical recommendation, within, 90 or 120 days, submit proof of a alcohol drug evaluation and apply with any recommended treatment, complete the DUI victim impact panel. I think she gets credit for a few days because I believe she spent some time in
Thurston
kind of
County.
a hospital.
Oh,
And so I don't know how many days, was it 3 days, 4 days? Do you remember how many? How many? 3 days, so we'd ask, 364, suspend 361.
Okay.
Credit, credit for 3.
okay.
And,
All right, Ms. Weidman, anything you'd like me to consider before sentencing?
No.
Okay, do you think you got whatever led, I mean, I see you got a DUI from 07. And you have one from 05. So did something trigger this? I mean, it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
You got it figured out?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were in the hospital?
Yes.
You crashed your car
Yes.
into a tree or something?
And no,
Okay.
no other people were involved.
Okay,
I pulled out my phone.
yeah. All right. Well, lucky you didn't hurt yourself worse. All right, so I'll go ahead and sign this judgment and sentence. 364 with 361 suspended for a period of 60 months. So that jail time stays over your head for 60 months based on your obligation to comply. Sentencing purposes amended to a no test, $5,000 fine, $4,909.
Yeah, it's $990.
4,000, yeah, $9.50 suspended. So what that means is that the fine is $991.50. That's the statutory limit, and it's broken down in various ways. And I'll defer to the court or the clerk to do that. Yes? Okay. Again, on probation for 60 months, there's a $103.50 recovery fee. There's a probation warning for the 637. I think this equates to all to the 900. Okay, so we're all covered that. So that it's going to come out to $990.50. A lot of courts amend to $991, but I appreciate Mr. Haverko saving you the 50 cents. So Okay, you're gonna be on bench probation. Conditions are no criminal law violations. You're gonna have to get, no alcohol related infractions, obviously. No alcohol related events. You're not to refuse to submit to a breath or blood test upon request of law enforcement. You're going to get a substance use disorder evaluation from a state certified agency and do whatever treatment is required. Have you done that yet?
No.
Okay, want to get on that. My expectation is they're probably gonna have you do some treatment, just so you know, because your history. You're gonna do victims impact panel, within a period of time. You're gonna have to get that evaluation done within 90 days. Gonna have you do the victims impact panel within 90 days, means you gotta provide proof to us within 90 days. And that's just, I assume, take to the window or you can mail it in. And I think that covers everything. That cover everything?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Weidman, you'll get a copy of this at the window out there. You'll be able to set up fine payments and good luck to you. Okay,
Thank you, Judge. Yeah. And if we could, Mr. Bittner. Next matter is going to be that of Mr. Bittner. He's on the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. He just showed up early, so he's here, so figured,
James Bittner. All right. I don't, can you go grab it? Yeah, thanks.
Did you want me to represent you?
What case are you here for? Okay, Mr. Turner going to be here? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Should be wrapping up here in just a second. Okay. Very much. James Bittner. All right. So he's on the 1 o'clock arraignment?
Yeah, it's on 1 o'clock calendar. Item
So-
number 2.
All right, you are James Bittner?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Bittner, you're here, City of Yelm versus James Bittner, cause number 380553437, charges assault 4th degree. So we do an inquiry related to his,
I've represented him before, so he's had court appointed counsel before, but I suppose you should inquire. My understanding is he wants court appointed counsel.
you working?
Not currently.
Okay. And I see I've got another file here.
He recently took care of another matter. City may want to set that along with the pretrial in this case as a review.
Were you appointed on that one?
Yeah, I
Okay,
was.
all right. I'll find, I'll go ahead and we'll reappoint Mr. Haverco to Mr. Bittner's case, and we'll move forward on the arraignment.
Pursuant to that, then would, on behalf of Mr. Bittner, I would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay, I will, cause number 3A0553437. Enter plea of not guilty. Turn to the city for conditions of release.
Yes, Your Honor, city will just ask for, normal conditions of release, law-abiding behavior, appear for all hearings. Would like to note that, the alleged charge, happened just moments after Mr. Bittner, exited the courthouse on his previous matter.
Okay, is this a DV case? All right, Mr.
Yeah.
Haverco.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Any,
Yeah, we would just ask for ordinary release conditions, law-abiding behavior, abide by any, I don't know if are there any more no contact orders?
yeah, bail posted, bail still posted?
No,
Okay.
there was just contact.
Okay, and he has bail posted, Dan.
Right.
Okay, so Mr. Bittner, based on the fact that you have $25,000 bail posted, we're gonna leave that posted until this case is resolved. I don't know the circumstances, I don't know what happened, but I'm looking at your record. A lot of it's nuisance stuff. But,
Your Honor, it's just been nasty divorce.
yeah, nope. I'm telling you, Mr. Haverko is probably kicking you right now. I'm just saying that you've got to, that you're gonna be released, but I'm gonna tell you, the conditions are gonna be set, and if there's anything else, we'll have no choice but again to bring you back, bring you in and just hold you while this thing gets dealt with. Okay, all right. So release him on his own recognizance. Well, we're gonna hold him on the bail. Sorry, you wanna mark that correctly. No law violations, abide by all any existing no contact orders. All right, next court date, Mr. Bittner, is going to be October 26th at 10 a.m. Mr. Haverko is going to be your counsel. You're to appear at all court hearings. You're not to have any criminal law violations. Keep your address up to date with the court and DOL, and use your true and legal name and date of birth if contacted by law enforcement or requested by the court. You abide by all prohibitive court orders that are in place. Do you understand that? All righty. Do we need to impose a no contact order on this because it's DV, or can we ride the coattails of someone that one if there's already existing? There's already a no contact order between you and the other party, then I'm gonna write in here, no contact with, I can add it. You're not to have any contact with, who's the protected, what's her name? Jane?
Jenny, Bittner, J.E.
Bittner? Okay, you're not to have any contact with Jenny Bittner. Do you understand that? Okay. All right, all right, I sign the order and, stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and grab a copy of this. Oh, Mr. Haverko sign it, and then we'll, see you back here on the 26th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, Mr. Bittner.
Okay.
All right,
Do we have Chad present? Okay.
and we have one individual sitting behind you there too.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Do we want to deal with Mr. Rosnick first?
Well, do we want to deal with this matter real quickly, this individual?
Oh, you ready to go? Go ahead.
And you're here for Turner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appearing for 3-4, under 3-4?
Attorney recognizes Gina Buzzford on the Jason Turner. On the client's behalf pursuant to Rule 3.4. I can state that Ms. Buzzford has had numerous contacts with Mr. Turner, so that 3.4 is satisfied. We are requesting the October 26th date at 11 a.m. and there is a speedy trial waiver with the same commencement date attached to that.
Okay. Any objection from the city?
No objection from the city, Your Honor.
Okay. And so this charges from March of 20, have you heard from Ms. Buskirk on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, so we'll grant the continuous. We've got the DUI, obstructing law enforcement, and then the infractions are tracking.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay, I will sign that order. Next court date is going to be October 26th at 11 a.m. All matters. Basis is evaluation documents for negotiations, and I'll sign the order. Okay, we'll get you a copy at the window.
Great,
Thank you. Yep, take care. All right, thank you, Mr. Haverko. Okay, who's our,
You bet. If we can take up Mr. Rosnick. So I'm filling out a motion to continue on his cases that are on today because he has a new arraignment case that we would like to do the arraignment as well, but then combine everything with the waiver on the current pretrial case and set everything over together. So I'm just filling that out. Oh, God. Reports today. Reports is misbehaved. There we go. Thank you. He's now signing the motion for continuance. So again, we're on the 11 o'clock calendar, 2 pretrial matters, 1 count of crim trespass first degree in 1 case, and then 3 charges on the other case. So we're submitting motion to continue on those 2 case numbers. And then after the court deals with that, to deal with the arraignment matter on the 1 o'clock calendar for Mr. Rosnick.
okay? You're Cyrus Rosnick?
Right.
Rosnick, all right, Mr. Rosnick. So we've got under cause number 380465682, 380220386, which are criminal trespass first degree, 2 counts, and then obstructing a law enforcement officer. Walmart. And then 380220386. Is a criminal trespass from Walmart. And then the arraignment that we'll get to in just a second. You better hope it's not Walmart. So we'll reset this based on agreement of council to October 26th at 11 a.m.
Say that one more time.
You're gonna get a copy of it. But it's October 26th at 11 a.m. for these new cases, or for the old cases.
So I got told by the officer.
I'll have the clerk check. Hold on 2 seconds.
He's like, here.
So your next court date for these 2 cases is gonna be October 26th. Okay? So I'll sign that order. All prior conditions remain in effect. So I've signed that, and then we want to do the arraignment now?
Yeah.
And based on the fact that Mr. Haverko was previously appointed on 2 pending matters, I'll find you eligible for court-appointed counsel on the new matter. I'll turn this over to Mr. Haverko.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll stipulate the probable cause as the court enter not guilty plea.
Okay, based on statement of counsel, find probable cause purposes hearing only, waive further reading, and enter a plea of not guilty. I will hear from the city as it relates to release conditions.
Your Honor, Mr. Brosnick, can't seem to, stay out of trouble. Although the city is pleased that he appeared today. given that, the city just asks for, normal conditions of release, that he tries his best to have law-abiding behavior and, appears at all hearings as ordered.
Mr. Haverko, anything additional?
You know, it did show up. That's a good sign. You know, just would ask that he be released on his own recognizance, no further criminal violations, don't follow future court date.
Okay, so Cyrus, what I'm gonna do here is I'm not gonna hold you because I'm looking at this trespass from Safeway and it was a Walmart. And you weren't accused of stealing anything, but you're not supposed to be there. Now, my bet is you were going there to steal something and they interfered with that. So, if you get another one of these while these are pending, if I'm sitting here, I'm gonna hold you, until we get this resolved. Because you're a nuisance. And, you know, I don't think the people that own and work at Walmart and the people that own and work at Safeway should have to deal with that. I don't think the cops should have to deal with that. So anyways, I want you to hopefully take that under advisement and got till October 26th. I don't expect any issues with any of the places you're not supposed to go. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and we'll see you back here on the 26th, all right? All right.
Just coming on.
I'm not seeing, is he in the
You'll
one
get a
o'clock?
copy. Let's go see it. I'm sure you can get it.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, sir.
gotcha. Hold on, Mr. Rossick, I'm gonna sign one more order, and then you'll pick them up at the window. You can step out. I'm just gonna. Okay. And on the release conditions, Mr. Haverko, I added no contact with, don't go on the property or have contact with Safeway.
Ready on Mr. Krazan, I think
Okay.
he's available.
Chad Kuzan? All right, good afternoon, Mr. Krazan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And thank you. You are Chad Krazan?
Yes, sir.
Krazan, you're here for pretrial hearing under cause number 3801078116. Looks like, are you in inpatient treatment right now?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Good. It's been long sitting here. I've been sitting here since like 10:15. Waiting. I've missed a lot of group time and cigarette time. I've even missed lunch.
All right, well, I apologize about that. I'll try to blame that on Mr. Haverko, but I don't think I can. So I'll take responsibility. I appreciate you're here. I'm glad you're in treatment. What are we doing with Mr. Krazan's case today?
Well, Your Honor, this matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing. Parties have an agreement. He is going to enter a straight plea to the charge of resisting arrest. All suspended jail time for 12 months on the condition he pay a $250 court fee. Will remain law abiding. Upon the court's acceptance of that plea, the criminal trespass secondary charge, the city would move to dismiss.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Krazan, I'm gonna open up the, how far did you go through in school?
I went through. I got my GED and some. I just got some GED. I got my GED.
Good, okay. So the charge of criminal trespass second degree is going to be dismissed on motion by the city?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so be it. And then resisting arrest charge, is that the one he's pleading to?
Yes.
Okay. And the understanding is you're gonna plead guilty to the charge of resisting arrest under 3801078116. Did you have a chance to read through this with Mr. Haverko, or did he read it to you, or was it?
Read it to me.
You read it to you?
Yeah.
Feel like you had enough time for him to answer all your questions?
Yeah, the only question I have for Mr. Haverko is I thought we were gonna see about, since I have a problem paying fines, especially with my current situation and whatnot, if we were gonna be able to bypass the fines, the $350 fine.
The city was asking for the customary $250, probation fee.
So there's no way to get around that then?
Well, I mean, that's the city's offer.
Okay,
I mean, we can always, the way around it is, you know,
no, I don't have time with it. I'm unfortunately out on bail and I've gotta wrap this up.
all right,
Okay, so we want to move forward, Mr.
yeah,
Krizan?
I think we do.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so paragraph 5 of this plea form, you're giving up a number, you understand it lists your constitutional rights, you're giving up a number of constitutional rights by pleading guilty. You understand that?
Yep,
And the charge of resisting arrest is a misdemeanor. Is that a misdemeanor?
It's in the form,
Is it really? Because obstructing is a gross
it's a
misdemeanor.
gross.
Resisting is a misdemeanor. Okay, 90 days in jail, $1,000 fine is the maximum penalty. Mr. Krizan, you understand there's a recommendation contained in this agreement that I don't necessarily have to follow. I could sentence you up to the maximum. You understand that?
90. Yeah, 90.
Do you understand that,
It's a
Mr.
mistake.
Krizan?
yep,
And paragraph 11 states, on June 7th, 2023, while in the city of Yelm, I knowingly and unlawfully attempted to prevent a Yelm police officer from placing me under arrest for the crime of criminal trespassing. Is that your statement?
yes,
As to the charge of criminal trespassing resisting arrest alleged to have occurred on June 7th, 2023 in the city of Yelm, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
Find your plea is made knowingly and voluntarily, and no one's made any threats or promises of any kind to cause you to enter the plea. And moving to sentencing?
Yeah.
All right, hear from the city first.
City just asks your honor to follow the recommendation. Guilty plea.
Okay, Mr. Haverko.
I think it's Mr. Krizan's position. He has a lot of other fines and a lot of other costs. He'd like the court to consider waiving any fines or costs.
Okay, and Mr. Krizan, anything you'd like me to consider before sentencing?
no, just the possibility of maybe dropping those fines. I'm moving out of state to Oklahoma to try and get my life back. I don't want to try and come back for a bunch of fines and because there's just so many different things on my plate. I just would rather not. It would just be a relief not to worry about it.
Did you have any comment on that?
City sympathizes, and the city would be willing to waive.
Okay.
Thank you, city.
Okay, so criminal trespass, as stated earlier, is dismissed without prejudice. As to the resisting arrest charge, I'm gonna impose 90 days in jail, suspend all 90 days for a period of 12 months. There'll be no fine, and I will eliminate the probation monitoring cost of $250. So you don't have any fines on this, Mr. Krizan, but what you need to do is you need to stay out of trouble.
I plan on it. I have one other question. I am out on bail with Aladdin's bail bonds.
This will exonerate the bail.
All right, well, will you guys be able to let them know because I'm unable to reach the bail bondsman while I'm in treatment?
Yep, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a box from the mark there? Yeah. That's already marked. You already marked it. It's already marked. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
One thing, Mr. Krizan, is the city's giving you the $250 break on this. Now, I will also tell you that for the next year, you have $1,000 hanging over your head. So if you have to come back or the city has to do anything as it relates to monitoring you, or you commit another crime and we got to deal with you again, I would imagine the city's probably going to unsuspend some fines on that. So they certainly have the option to reimpose it if you violate the conditions. You understand?
Okay, yeah, I do.
Okay, hey, man, well, good luck with being in treatment. Looks like.
Thank you.
And hopefully you can put all this in your rear view mirror and look for the future.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, good luck to you, Mr. Krizan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Haverko, city.
Good luck.
Take care.
Bye.
Couple no-shows on the 10 o'clock. There
Yeah.
was a Ryan Averill.
Yep.
I had some kind of contact information for him. Tried to call, voicemail not set up. I sent a text. Haven't heard back.
Above and beyond, Mr. Haverhill. City, what's the city's thoughts on Avril?
City boosted your warrant, 1,500 got the bond.
All right, under cause number 2A00444197, $1,500 cash or bond warrant, please. And then we have a couple on the 11th. Oh, Jason Turner was here. And then we had Robert Wilson.
Yeah, he was scheduled and he and I have talked and we actually had an agreement worked out. He called this morning. Apparently he wound up, to his surprise, having to do some childcare and had some issues going on and was concerned about not appearing in a warrant. He did also give me an updated address that I'll tell the court, but so we would ask just to note his non-appearance for speedy trial purposes and to reset with notice. I'll make sure that I advise the court clerk of his current address of which he advised me.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So it shall be. All right. Now, and you here for 1 o'clock? All right, good afternoon. It's 1:22 on September 28th. This is the afternoon calendar, arraignment calendar for the city of Yelm Municipal Court. I am Judge Pro Tem Chris Coker, and I will turn it over to either the city or Mr. Haverko, or do you want me to call the calendar? How do we do?
Go ahead and call him, Judge.
All right, how about we go start at the top? Sharon Angel. Cause number 380553435, charges driving with license suspended in the third degree. Miss Angel is present. Good morning, or good afternoon, Miss Angel.
Good afternoon.
And then, how do we handle?
Your Honor, if I may, city has a motion in this matter, to amend the charge to no ball in the second degree.
Okay, so Miss Angel, you're charged with no valid or you're charged with driving with license suspended third degree. And what the city is willing to do is the city is amending this charge to a no valid operating license with ID, which is an infraction. Okay, it's not a criminal it's not a criminal case like a DWS third. It is a civil infraction. And what's the recommended fine cost?
$150.
Recommendation would be $150 fine on that infraction. So you have the option of either, and out here, Mr. Ratfield, do you amend and then they can either contest or they, okay. So it's now an infraction. So you have an option of, you have three options. You can either say, okay, I did it, I'll pay the $150. You can say, I didn't do it, I want to contest it, which would then be set off at a later time. Or you could say, okay, I did it. Those are basically your two options. You can either accept it at this point and be done. Yep.
Even though it's not suspended.
Well, I don't.
have paperwork stating it was reinstated way back in 2020.
Can you look at her? We'll take a look and see if it's what the DOL is saying right now. So I don't know what happened, but at some point between that letter and now, your license has been suspended.
Okay.
Okay, so the city's made the motion to amend this to an infraction. You can either contest it or mitigate it at a later time or pay $150 today and be done.
I'll just take and pay them.
Okay, all right, and I'll find it committed and impose the $150 and sign that order, and you'll be given a copy of the order at the window, and then they can give you directions on how to pay.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Good luck to you. And you'd still need to get your license taken care of. So you need to contact
Right.
DOL, find out what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Good luck to you. Next case, David Arthur Busby. Come on up, Mr. Busby. All righty, Mr. Busby, you're here on two matters. One's criminal trespass second degree, actually two counts of criminal trespass second degree. One under 380308926 and the other under 380553444, both on for arraignment. Mr. Busby is present. So Mr. Haverko, do I then now ask if he's asking for court appointment? All right. Mr. Busby, are you asking for court appointment? Are you working?
No, I am. I'm so stupid.
Okay, all right. Have you had cases here before?
No.
Okay, have you been qualified for public defender before?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Okay, okay. I'll find you eligible for court appointed counsel for today's purposes at a minimum. Turn over to Mr. Haverko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty pleas on both cases.
Okay, I'm gonna enter pleas of not guilty to both charges and turn it over to the city for conditions of release.
Okay.
Your Honor, the city just request for.
You won't see it.
Conditions of release, law-abiding behavior, stay away from the property. Trespass from and appear at all.
Do you have a phone number or anything?
Okay. All right, Mr. Haverko, any,
Okay, please don't. Well, if I don't. Where's last? 50 corner. 50 corner. 50 corner. 50 what? 28 20828. Is that right? Yep. Okay. Nothing to add, Your Honor.
okay. And Mr. Busby, where are you allegedly trespassed from?
House, not so far from my house in the close house.
Okay, you know you're not supposed to go back there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so your next court date, you're gonna be released on your own recognizance. Next court date's gonna be October 26th at 10 a.m. You'll be given information on how to contact Mr. Haverko, conditions of release. Appear for all scheduled court hearings, no criminal law violations. Keep your address current with DOL in the court. You only use your legal name. And you're not to go on the property of any places you've been trespassed from. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll give you a copy of this. Go to that window to the left and they'll give you a copy.
Come on.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Busby. All right, next matter is Joshua Butler. No call. Eric Cantu. Have a seat, Mr. Cantu. All right. City of Yelm versus Eric Cantu, cause number 3804-19640, charges protection order violation. Mr. Cantu, have you been cited into Yelm Municipal Court before?
No.
Okay. Have you had court appointed counsel appointed for you before? Okay, are you working? Okay, based on that, I'll find that you're eligible for court appointed counsel for today's purposes at a minimum. Mr. Haverko.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay. On probable cause purposes, hearing only, enter plea of not guilty to the charge of violation of protection order. Turn to the city for conditions of release.
Conditions of release.
Okay, Mr. Haverko, anything additional?
Nothing to add.
All right, Mr. Cantu, the conditions are pretty straightforward. You're to comply with all, no criminal law violations. Keep your address up to speed with court and DOL, make all your court hearings, and you're to abide by all existing no contact orders. You understand that? Okay.
It was a complete accident.
Yep, I wouldn't say anything else, so. Okay, I'll sign that order, and again, this is also appointing Mr. Haverko, so he'll
This, finish it.
That's it.
Oh, that's it?
I was pulling it and pulled me that way.
Okay, that's okay. No big deal. No big deal. That's it.
All right, Mr. Cantu, I've signed that order. You'll get a copy of that order by the window, okay?
Yeah, just go.
Good luck to you. Next matter is Julia Kristen Archanga Carcamo. Is that you? Come on and have a seat. Is it Carcamo? It's what? Gotcha. All right, come and have a seat. This is cause number 3803-08921, charge of abandonment of a dependent person, 3rd degree. Ms. Archaga Carcamo is present with counsel. Ms. Archaga Carcamo, have you appeared in Yelm Municipal Court before? Have you been assigned court-appointed counsel before in any criminal matters? Okay. And economically, are you working right now? Okay, no, I get it. Okay, so I'll find Miss Archaga Carcamo is eligible for court-appointed counsels for the purposes of this hearing only, and I'll ask Mr. Haverko to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ready? I will do that.
You'll get some paper.
Now I'll turn to the city for conditions of release.
Just ordinary conditions of release, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, this, Archaga Carcamo, you're gonna be released on your own recognizance. What the circumstances are of this case, but I don't see any prior criminal history, so no criminal law violations. Need you to make all your court hearings. Next court date is going to be October 26th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. That's going to be your assigned counsel, all right? Okay.
They'll give you my contact.
I've signed that order.
They'll give you that information, so before you leave, you'll see it there.
All right, Gerald Christopher. It's cause number 380555340, charges criminal trespass, second degree. Mr. Christopher is present. Mr. Christopher, see you've had charges in Yelm before. Have you had court-appointed counsel before? Yes? Okay, all right, I'll find your eligible court-appointed counsel today. Appoint Mr. Haverko for purposes of the arraignment. Go ahead, Mr.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay, we'll do that. Any, and then I'll turn to anything above the standard conditions for Ratfield?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Haverko, anything additional in terms of
Nothing yet.
conditions?
So.
All right, Mr. Christopher, your next court date, find probable cause, enter plea of not guilty. Next court date is going to be October 26th, 2023 at 10 a.m. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko as your counsel. Following conditions, you're not to commit criminal or criminal traffic violations, or keep your address up to date with DOL in the court, and you are to have no contact with the Yelm Community Center. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
William, all right, Mr. Christopher, go out to the left. We'll get a copy of that order, all right?
Before you go, just come back. Forgot them. Don't sign it.
All right, next case, William Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, I'm asking you to remove your hat. Thank you. All right, you are William Dorsey. Okay, cause number 380553433, charges criminal trespass, second degree, and controlled substance knowing possession. Let me get your file real quick. Mr. Dorsey, find that you've, looks like you've been a court-appointed counsel here before. Okay, find you're eligible for court-appointed counsel today. I'll turn it over to Mr. Haver.
Stipulate to probable cause, that's the clerk enter not guilty plea. Good for them.
All right.
Okay.
Conditions of release.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor, just that, Mr. Dorsey stays away from the property that he was trespassed from.
Okay, and that property is. Yelm. Gordon's on Yelm now. All right, Mr. Dorsey, enter plea not guilty, release you on your own recognizance. Next court date is going to be October 26th, 11 a.m. Mr. Haverco is going to be appointed. No criminal law violations. Stay away from Gordon's on Yelm Ave. Understand?
Your Honor, I'd like to also bring to the court's attention that one of the alleged charges against Mr. Dorsey is violation of a controlled substance, possession. I'd like Mr. Dorsey to be aware that he does have the right to a deferral in that as to that charge and assistance from the LEAD program. And Mr. Dorsey's counsel, Mr. Haverco, will be able to provide more information about the LEAD program at a more appropriate time.
Okay. All right. I'll sign this order. All right, Mr. Dorsey, good luck to you. See you back here on the 26th. Andrew Scott Duke. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Duke. Cause number 380553446. Charges reckless driving. Mr. Duke, are you working? Where do you work? Okay. I don't see any criminal history on your record. Do you plan on hiring your own attorney or you plan on trying to obtain court-appointed counsel? What do you make a month roughly? Okay, you just started? Okay. Any dependents, kids? Okay. All right, what I'm gonna do is I can appoint Mr. Haverco, but what do you expect to be making an hour? Okay. What I'll do is I'll appoint Mr. Haverco, but I'll defer the cost of the city and have you be responsible for $150 of that. What you want to do? Okay. You make a note on the calendar. Okay. So appoint Mr. Haverco for purposes of today's hearing. Based on the defendant's economic status, we'll say that it'll be noted that he'll be responsible for $150 in court costs related to representation. Mr. Haverco, I'll turn it over to you.
I would stipulate the probable cause as the court enter not guilty plea.
Okay, do that. Charge of reckless driving, Mr. Ratfield, anything additional?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Duke, you're going to be released on your own recognizance today, going to enter a plea of not guilty. Following conditions, or you're not to commit criminal law or criminal traffic violations, you're to appear at all hearings and keep your name and address are all up to date with court and DOL. You understand that? Don't drive, and I'm also going to add here, don't drive without a valid license and insurance. Your next court date is going to be October 26th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Okay, you'll be given a copy of this order out at the window. Get in contact with Mr. Haverco sooner than later. Okay. 1 second before you go. All right, next case is Desiree Edwards. You are Desiree Edwards. All right, good afternoon. Cause number XZ 0531477. This was a case, I think, that was maybe in error, put on this docket in error. It's a DUI. It's a compliance review case. So Ms. Edwards, it looks like the court received notice that you were discharged from treatment, which was from an adult inpatient treatment program, right? You completed and you were discharged because you completed all phases of the current treatment program. And I think the issue might be aftercare. Okay. Right. Well, you don't have to go to, I mean, this is over in Sela.
Right.
I don't think you have to go there for aftercare, but they do want you to get set up with some aftercare somewhere locally.
Right.
Have you talked to them about that?
Yeah.
And what'd they say?
They wanted me to go take a UA right up. I'm off.
I get that, but so what's the city's thoughts on this? We had completed inpatient.
The city would like to see this just set over to give Miss Edwards an opportunity to get the aftercare treatment. She seems to be recommended and make an earnest effort to actually perform that obligation.
Well, we're gonna set this out 60 days. Okay, I think you do need to you need to talk to the folks at Sundown M Ranch and talk to them about your dilemma, see if there's somebody local they can refer you to. Main thing is you stay clean. Good for you, good. And I think if you continue on that path, I don't think you'll have any issues with this court. But I think we just need to make sure you can do what you can do, okay? So we'll set it out 60 days, have you come back in 60 days, see how you're doing. This wouldn't be holding it. Do we have a warrant or anything? She's gonna, our clerk's gonna check. Out of our court? Can she go to the window and make arrangement? Okay, you can go to talk to Ms. Ramirez at the window there to your left, and you can talk to her about the fine payment, see what you can get figured out. Okay? Okay, good luck to you. Next case is Desiree Edwards. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't cross you on this. We'll see you later. All right, next page is Eric Flores. Paige Frongzak, come on. All right, have a seat. You are Paige Frongzak? Franzak, C is silent. Franzak. All right, Mrs. Franzak. This is a DWS third degree.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to amend the charge to no vol in the second degree.
All right, no vol without ID. Or with ID, sorry, with ID. Yeah, no, it's an infraction. Without ID is still a criminal event, so. So Ms. Franzak, the city's made a motion to amend this criminal case to an infraction, which is no valid operating license with ID, with a fine amount of $150. You can take care of it today, pay that $150 and you're done with this, or you can contest it and get another hearing date set. Okay. And it doesn't alleviate the need for you to get your license back. Well, I'm not an expert on this, but I don't think if you've never had a license, I don't think that means you can drive. I know, but I still think that means you can't drive. Okay, so, so don't drive, because this is just interfering with your existence and costing you money. Okay, all right. So I will, find this matter committed, the amended charge NVOL with ID impose $150. I'll sign this order and then you can go to the window to the left and they'll get you taken care of. Yeah. Okay. You can go, yeah, to the left there. Thank you. Stephanie Hodge, it looks like this matter is reset for 10/12 for a sheet you're present. Okay. Stephanie Marita Hodge. So I've got cause number 3A. You are Stephanie Marita Hodge. Okay, I've got cause number 3A0553431. My note indicates we're setting for pretrial for 10/12 at 10 a.m. Okay. Gotcha. So this is, we're here for arraignment under cause number 3A0553442, criminal trespass first degree. Based on the fact that you've previously had a court-appointed counsel, I will appoint Mr. Haverco for purposes of today and turn over to him.
Thank you, Your Honor, would stipulate the probable cause as court date or not guilty plea.
Okay.
So do you have a suggestion when you break the probable cause?
Conditions of release from the city.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor.
4048.
All right. Ms. Hodge, your next court date, this matter is going to be put on with that other matter. So your next court date is going to be October 12th at 10 a.m. You're going to be released on your own recognizance under the following conditions. Appear at all court hearings, no criminal law violations. Keep your address and name correct with court and DOL. And I don't want you to have any contact with the entity that you're allegedly were trespassing at, right? And that's the Safeway in Yelm. So I'll add that. Or you want to add? Okay. Good luck to you. Yep. Good luck to you. See you back here on the 12th. All right, next case is the City of Yelm versus Cassandra Jones. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. This is cause number 3A0666923. Ms. Jones is present. Charges assault 4th degree. Ms. Jones, are you planning on seeking court-appointed counsel or do you plan on hiring your own counsel? Okay. Are you working right now? Okay. Okay. All right, I'll find you're eligible for court-appointed counsel, and for that purpose, I'll appoint Mr. Haverco for today's hearing, and I'll ask him to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, stipulate the probable cause as the court date or not guilty plea.
Okay, I'll do that. Find probable cause, enter plea of not guilty on Ms. Jones. Turn to the city for conditions of release.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor. Given that this is assault 4th degree, I would like to see Ms. Jones stay away from the victim.
Okay, who's the alleged victim?
Do not see the alleged victim on my sheet. I'll have to pull the matter.
Jessica Osborne?
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to have any contact with her? Okay. So part of this will be no contact with Jessica Osborne. Okay. All right, next court date is going to be October 26th. Mr. Haverco will be appointed as your counsel. No contact, as we discussed, with Ms. Osborne. Appear at all court hearings, no criminal law violations. And keep your address and everything good to go with DOL and the courts. You're welcome. Go out to the window there to your left. You'll get a copy of it.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Next case, Kevin J. Jones. Kevin J. Jones, response. Next case, Dallas Kistenmacher. Kistenmacher, no response. David Lipscomb. Lipscomb. Is it Lipscomb? Lipscomb, have a seat. All right. This is cause number 380666919, charge of DWS third degree, and there's 380666925. DWS third with an ignition interlock. Both of them are DWS thirds without an ignition interlock. Move-
City won't be.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lipscomb. It's like you've had appointed counsel in Yelm before, so I'll appoint Mr. Haverco at this time. Turn the matter over to him.
Stipulate probable cause on both matters, support the enter not guilty, please.
All right, anything from the city in terms of release conditions?
No, Your Honor, nothing out of the ordinary.
All right. All right, Mr. Lipscomb, I'm gonna enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf as stated. Gonna find probable cause for both charges or all four charges as indicated. So Mr. Lipscomb has DWS, no valid insurance, or no valid operating license in July 9th, 2023. DWS third, no ignition interlock. July 9th, 2023, no insurance. 9/9/2023, DWS third, no ignition interlock. No insurance, and now 9/19, DWS third, no ignition. Mr. Lipscomb, I'm assuming at the previous matters, you were directed not to drive, correct? So, is it your intention then to just keep driving? Well, I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to get into. Okay.
To get rides home.
Okay. I got it. I got it. What at some point, the problem is if this just continues to stack up, at some point, this court typically doesn't hold people on driving related issues, but at some point, if you're just continually violating these court orders, you'll leave us with no choice. Okay. So I just want to kind of put that out there. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to drive without a valid license and insurance. Next court date is going to be October 26th. We're going to stack these cases on with Mr. Haverco. So you're to attend all court hearings, no criminal law violations, don't drive without license, valid license and proof of insurance. And you're to abide by all DOL rules. If they say you need an ignition interlock, you drive with ignition interlock. Okay. All right. Sign this order. All right. Sign that order. Good luck to you, Mr. Lipscomb. We'll see you back here in the next couple of weeks. All right, next matter is Alhaji Bengu. How do I pronounce your last name? Mumbangu? Mumbange? Mumbange. All right, have a seat. Mr. Mumbange, cause number 380666927, charges DUI. Mr. Mumbange is present, with Mr. Haverko at this point. Now, Mr. Mumbange, this case came up, and it says French interpreter, but when I went through the police reports, it says that you can understand English. You feel confident that you understand what I'm saying in English enough to go forward? Okay. So charges DUI, I'll turn it over to Mr. Haverko.
Stipulate the probable cause, ask court to enter not guilty plea.
Okay. And Mr. Mumbange, do you plan on hiring your own attorney or moving forward, or do you, are you just gonna ask for court-appointed counsel? Court-appointed counsel, are you working? Where do you work? Okay, how much do you make approximately a month? 15? 2050. Yeah, what I can do is I can appoint Mr. Haverko, but I would have you pay $150 to offset the cost of that to the city. Okay. We'll do that. Mr. Ratfield, conditions of release.
Your Honor, normal conditions of release, when an DUI is charged.
He's got some history, so I think I have to impose a ignition interlock
I think
requirement.
that'd be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Mumbange, you're going to be released on your own recognizance today under the following conditions. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko. You're going to attend all future court hearings. And also you're not going to be able to drive without valid license and insurance. And you're not able to drive unless you have a functioning ignition interlock in your car. That's fine. If you're not driving, you don't need one. But if you do drive, you have to have a functioning ignition interlock in your vehicle. Understand? Okay. Get that order for you. And he does not need an interpreter. Mr. Haverko, if that changes, let us know. Okay. Sure.
We're going to be doing the court case. Yeah.
All right, next court date's going to be October 26, 2023 at 11 a.m. No criminal law violations. Keep your address up to date with court and DOL. Use your true name, legal name, and date of birth. Do not drive without valid license and insurance, and don't be in physical control with any vehicle 0.08 or above, or any THC above 5 nanograms per milliliter. Don't refuse to a breath test. And then have no alcohol-related infractions. And do not operate a vehicle without ignition interlock as discussed. And then $150 will be contributed to the public defender fee. Okay. Mr. Mumbange, good luck to you. Okay, you'll go to that window to the left and we'll be able to get that copy to you. Selena Menish. Good afternoon. All right, Selena Menish, cause number 380634705 DUI. So we've got a prior from 2019, so this puts it in a second. Have you qualified for public defender before? Okay, and are you working? And you have any dependents? How much you make a month? Okay. Do you have anybody you support? All right. I'll find you eligible for court-appointed counsel, but I'll have you contribute $150 to the to set off the cost to the court. Turn to the city for conditions of release.
Nothing out of the ordinary, Your Honor. The previous matter.
Yep.
Considering it's a DUI.
Yep.
Additional conditions.
Yep. All right. Following conditions, Mr. Africo is appointed. You're not to drive without a valid license and insurance. You're to attend all future court hearings. You're to keep DOL and the court apprised of any address changes in your name. Don't give any fake name. Not drive without license and insurance. You are to not operate a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. You're gonna have 5 days to get that in. Understand that? Yep. And you need to provide proof to the court. Okay? Don't drive with any, and then no alcohol related infractions, and don't drive with any alcohol or marijuana on board. So. Sign this order. All right, there'll be a copy to the left, that window out there. Mr. Mumenge, you're back. Mr. Haverco, I'll have you. Okay.
What he's saying is that if you drive, you have to have an interlock. If you're not driving, you don't have to go. Okay. Not yet. Yeah.
All right, next case, Lester Minzy. No response. Tana Morgan. No response. Donald Rico. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Rico. All right, you are Donald Rico, cause number 3A 0553439, trip permit violation. Moving forward to that.
Your Honor, the city's moving to amend to expired patents.
Okay. So, Mr. Rico, the city's moving to amend this case to an infraction of expired tabs. $150. $150 fine. You have the option to find that committed today, or you can challenge it at a later date. You want to accept that? Yes. Okay. All right, I will fill out an order to that effect. Now, we also have the no insurance ticket that's tracking this. You have insurance now?
No, I don't. I get paid third.
Okay, it looks like this is your first no insurance ticket too. That sound about right? Okay. $559 fine. I'll knock that down to $150 as well. Okay. Okay, so total fines will be $300. And when I get the order up, I'll have you send it out to that window and that'll resolve your case. Okay. Give me just 2 seconds. Okay, I've signed that order. So, Mr. Rico, you'll be able to get a sign, when you sign that, you'll be able to get a copy of it at the window out there to the left. Good luck to you. Martin Satterstad. Austin Rogers. Okay. Go and have a seat. You are Austin Allen Marlon Rogers. Okay, this is cause number 3A 0634707. We have Attorney, is it Che?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Che.
Good afternoon.
Appearing for Mr. Rogers today. Charges.
We are,
And Mr. Che is on for arraignment. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we are ready to proceed with arraignment. We would acknowledge receipt of the complaint and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea on our client's behalf. Waive formal reading of that complaint.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Rogers, based on the comments of your counsel, we're going to enter a plea of find probable cause for purposes of this hearing only today, enter a plea of not guilty. And I'm going to turn to the city in terms of conditions of release. It looks like this is Mr. Rogers' first allegation of this nature.
Yes, Your Honor, city isn't asking for any condition of release out of the ordinary.
Okay, standard conditions?
Standard condition.
Okay, Mr. Che, any objection?
No, Your Honor, we did discuss those standard conditions with our client yesterday. I believe we can move forward with those conditions.
Okay, so Mr. Rogers, stay in contact with your attorney. We're going to get you a court date here in just a second. Law-abiding behavior, no drinking and driving, obviously. Don't drive without valid license and insurance. And no consumption of alcohol while this is, or marijuana while this is pending. Okay? Next court date's going to be, Mr. Che, the next court date's going to be October 26th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sign this order and stay in touch with Mr. Che and see you back here on the 26th.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
Mr. Che, have a good day. Okay. And then you can get a copy of that order right out that window. Martin Satterstad. No response. Joshua Woodward. No response. Who do we have here?
This is Josh Butler, and he,
What? Spoke to me on the phone?
Well, it might have been Judge Meyer.
Okay, yeah, I don't think, I'm not Judge Meyer, so I didn't, that's okay though. All right, so anyways, you are Joshua N. Butler. Let me get caught up here for a second. All right, Mr. Butler, this is cause number 380-220-385. Theft third, criminal trespass first degree, and cause number 380-308-924, criminal trespass first degree. Here for arraignment. Looks like you've been appointed, court-appointed counsel before, correct? Okay, I'm going to reappoint Mr. Haverko for purposes of today's hearing, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Haverko.
Judge, stipulate the probable cause on all three charges as put in a not guilty plea.
Okay. Mr. Butler, I'm going to find probable cause to all three charges, enter a plea of not guilty to each on your behalf. Appoint Mr. Haverko as your counsel. You know, any additional requests from the city?
No, standard.
Okay. You're to appear timely at all court hearings, and then where we press, what do we trespass?
Sure. That's you right there.
Mr. Butler, no contact with the Walmart and the Safeway in town. You understand that? Okay, you already trespassed from them anyways, but this is going to be specific to this court order. Next court date, October 26th at 10 a.m. And be in touch with Mr. Haverko. Okay?
You don't need right to. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. That's all we need. We'll get a copy of that from the
There you go.
window after you sign.
There you go. Yeah, just go to the first window before you go. There you go.
Yep, good luck. Okay, so we have some people who did not show. And I'll just go through, starting with first no show. Eric Flores. Cause number 3A219641R, theft third, obstructing law enforcement on for arraignment. 1 o'clock, Mr. Flores is not present. Does the city recommend a bail amount or do I recommend? Okay. Okay. That's okay. Okay. Mr. Flores. So now, does he have any, I mean, I don't have jabs. Does he have a history of non-appearance? He's only. $500 cash or bond on each, please. Kevin Jones, 3A06344706. Charge of loitering, drug-related activity, criminal trespass seconds. He's got a pretrial set for 10/12 at 10 a.m. Why don't we do this? Why don't we just set this for 10/12? See if he shows. You guys here for court? 2:30? Okay, be right with you. Dallas Kistenmacher. Cause number 3A06666924, DWS third. City want to amend? Or do we want to wait for them to show up?
We'll wait for him to show up.
Let's go $250 cash or bond warrant. Lester Minzy. Cause number 3A06697626, charge of theft third. Co-defendant, Ms. Woodward. Not a ton of history. We'll go 500 cash or bond based on non-appearance. Tana Morgan. Cause number 3A001491. Criminal trespass second degree. Let's go $1,000 cash or bond. Martin Satterstad. Cause number 3A022039, theft third. Not a ton of history local, so 500 cash or bond. And then Joshua Woodward, which was the companion case for that other one. Cause number 3A06666928. Lots of history. Controlled substance, knowing possession, resisting arrest, will go 500 on each. Unless Mr. Haverko has any information on any of these people, I should have asked. No. Okay. All right. All right, that concludes the 1 o'clock calendar. So this, if my guess is correct, we have a Bryce Andrew Case. Mr. Case, why don't you come forward? Have a seat right there. I assume you're dad? All right, go ahead and have a seat too. So Mr. Case, and you're Bryce? All right, Bryce, you are here for a mitigation hearing, I believe. Let me double check that. You're mitigating it. So what would matter, what it means when you're mitigating, you have an infraction for, you were allegedly using a cell phone. Well, you're using a cell phone while driving under an intermediate license. How old are you? Okay, what are the rules on an intermediate license and use of a cell phone? You just had driver safety. You're not supposed to do it. Okay. What are the ramifications of this? Have you guys looked into it? If you get a using a cell phone ticket on a intermediate license, does DOL do anything about that? What do they do?
Well, I mean, it's a step, group case, I'm,
Yep. Madam Clerk, there's nothing preventing us from deferring this. Is it even I think it is a moving, is it using a cell phone or a moving ticket? They made it a moving violation. Yep. Yep. And when you say step ticket, you mean if he gets another one, he loses his intermediate?
higher and higher.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right, let's defer it. And what are we, 6-month deferral? Okay, 4-month deferral and $100. Okay, and so what that means is no moving violations for the next 4 months. Pay the $100, and at that time, it doesn't get reported to your insurance, which is the big thing. And it gets dismissed at the end of the 4 months. That's what you want to do?
Yep.
Now, you gotta understand, you only get one moving, you can only defer one moving violation every 7 years. Okay, so it wouldn't be an option if you had another one. Okay, all right, do I need to do anything on that, or you just do it? Okay. Okay. Give me just a second, I'll get you in order. All right, 4-month deferral, $100. No moving violations. Sounds easy. Okay, I've signed that order. You guys can just pick it up at the window right there, and that's where you can pay the $100 today or whatever you want to pay. Okay. All right, thanks, folks. All right, next matter. What's your name? Tristan? Last name? Rick? Okay, come on up. I don't think so, but we'll get there in just a second. So you are Tristan Riddick?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. All right, Mr. Riddick, and thank you for removing your hat. I appreciate that. Okay. So you're contesting the hearing. You're contesting the infraction. You got a failure to renew expired tabs greater than 2 months. And when you contest something, what I tell people or kind of warn people, I mean, I still retain the right, but what I tell you is once we get into the process of contesting the ticket, it kind of limits or it inherently limits my ability to mitigate the ticket, right? So this is a $237 ticket. So if I don't rule in your favor, I might be less inclined to reduce the amount because you're contesting, if that makes sense. Because when you contest it, you're saying, I didn't do it.
Okay.
When you mitigate, you're saying, hey, you know what, Judge, I kind of did it, but I want to explain the circumstances. I can change it. Is that what you want to do? Okay, yeah, so tell me, so this is a failure to renew your expired registration greater than 2 months. You don't have anything on your record. What's going, just something you forgot to do or what's going on?
I was in the process filling out the disabled veteran plate. I guess there's a form you sent in to do. I was in the process of doing that. It was my fault. I never got around to actually mailing.
Okay.
It's sitting, well, last time I seen it sit struck, but since the ticket, I got new tabs and I'm gonna start the process.
Okay. Well, what I can do is this. Why don't I can knock it down to $100. All good? Okay. All right, I'll find it committed, knock it down to $100.
Does that ticket, does that show on my record?
It's a no, I think it's a non-moving, right? I believe it's a non-moving, so it wouldn't have, shouldn't, I mean, I'm not an expert in insurance. Hey, Dan, is failure to renew expired registration, that's a non-moving infraction, right? No, fail to renew your expired registration. Yeah, I think it's non-moving, so it shouldn't have any effect on it.
It'd be my first ticket.
You could defer it if you could also do a deferral on a non-moving. You get one deferral on a moving and one deferral on a non-moving. We can do a deferral on it, be $100. We do it for 4 months, it gets dismissed. And the clerk can just confirm whether it's moving or non-moving. And we can set it up under that.
What's the stipulations for a deferral?
Don't have any similar no moving or non-moving violations for 4 months. Pay the $100.
Only 4 months?
Yeah. Let's do that. All right, we'll defer it. Yep. You don't have anything on your history. Okay. And then when I'm gonna sign this, and then you'll just go out that window to the left and they'll set you up on how to pay the $100. All right, Mr. Riddick, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then don't we have one more? Oh, okay.